We're back in the Hoosier State for the second time this year. It's the highly anticipated Indy Fall Special. A beautiful sunny autumn day, but it feels like summer here in Indianapolis. We're pushing 90 degrees today, and things are heating up inside as well as cars are getting ready to cross the block. Glad you're here, everybody. Welcome in. So good to have you joining us live on ESPN Plus on this Friday and kicking off 2 great days of Mecum here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. A lot of great stuff today. You got a lot of pickups, Corvettes, Camaros, and more. Let's send it over to Chris Jacobs. Chris, what do you have your eye on?
Oh, thank you, Danielle. Let me start off my previews with this crazy piece of Mopar muscle. And I'm talking about plum crazy, of course. That's the high impact color that's on the exterior of this 72 Dodge Challenger. You're getting a look at the 340 under the hood right there. That's what powers this machine. Of course, you can see that factory air conditioning as well. Let's check out some of the custom touches. At all 4 corners, 17-inch wheels done up by my buddy Chip Foose and Foose Design. Cool graphic on the fender and the doors. And inside, you see that 3-speed TorqueFlite transmission. Another cool custom touch, Dakota Digital Rally Dash. Can't wait to see this car go across the block in just a little bit. But right now, let's kick it over to my buddy Rutledge Wood and see what he's starting his day off with.
Chris, I have found something opulent to start the day. The 1934 Pierce Arrow V12 3-speed enclosed drive limousine. Of course, this partition here being what's enclosing the driver, but when you take a look inside this, I mean, it is just luxury defined everywhere. This came out of Buffalo, New York. That's right, not just chicken wings up there. They actually made Pierce Arrows until 1938. When you take a look around here, even looking at the luggage rack, you know this was a car, Danielle, that was meant to bring your family anywhere with style and luxury. We're going to see this crossing the block a little bit later.
It's always a family affair here at Mecum. Rut, thank you. That's what I love about days like this, guys. There really is something here for everyone and tons of value anywhere we look. Let's head inside now to the block and join our hosts. Hello to Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
Hey, Danielle, Trotta, thank you very much, and welcome to our little slice of the world here above the auction block. You know, as Danielle mentioned, this is our second trip to Indianapolis, and it also signals the beginning of Big Blocktober, in addition to a very, very busy last part of the year. In fact, 4 auctions coming up for us to end up this year, and then, of course, the big one, Kissimmee, coming up in early January. You know, this event is less than half the size of the Spring Classic held here every May. No million-dollar cars on our lineup, but Bill, that can actually be a good thing if you're an Indy bidder this weekend.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that, too. This is kind of like going from 0 to 100. No auctions in September, and boom, now until the end of the year, we're going to be rolling. This is what I call kind of like the everyman's auction. We're going to see cars here, basically, that the hobbyists, people like you and I, can afford. In fact, we've seen people come to auctions like this with only $20,000 and go home with 3 cars. So be ready for that, and the fact we have at least 100 cars they'll be selling at no reserve today.
Yes, indeed. Let's talk about one of the big dogs from the 1980s. We always love to see him cross the block.
Yeah, you know, back in 1987, this was the it car. If you love General Motors, yep, the 87 Buick Grand National. This was the quickest production car built in America back in 1987. It was a turbocharged 3.8-liter V6, 245 horsepower with an automatic transmission, 0 to 60 in under 5 seconds. And these cars right here, they have becoming more and more valuable as time goes on. This one riding on those GNX wheels. Of course, the GNX, that kind of was the last of the Buick Grand Nationals back in 1987. This one right here, beautiful car, coming up a little later today.
All righty, cannot wait to see that one on the block. We need to begin here. We'll do so with a 2005 Mercedes-Benz CLK 500. But with a disclaimer, you can clearly see the cars are going in the opposite direction that we are very used to, Bill.
Yeah.
And it's a little strange, to be honest with you. Don't adjust your set.
No, not at all. So we'll see the other side of the cars
Right.
today in Indianapolis. And, yeah, this one just sold like that.
Yes, the high bid on that car, $8,000. And the reason for the direction of travel is just because of the layout this weekend here in Indianapolis. So no harm, no foul, just a little different for us. Next up, 1972 Plymouth Fury 3.
Well, we don't see these very often, these Plymouth Fury 3s, and we see very, very few with 408 cubic inch strokers in them. Yes, this has been done out here. Got an aluminum intakes, running that 727 Torque Flight automatic with a shift kit in it. This is a real hot rod. This is a boulevard race car right here. It's got a great looking set of wheels on it and a lot of power accessories too. Power brakes, power steering. It's got a new power steering pump, a Borgeson steering box as well. A lot has been done to this car, and look at the bidding. Again, this is going to point out what we've been saying, Scott. We're still below $10,000.
Internet has the high bid at $9 grand.
You're going to get 10,000. You're going to get 10 bid. You're going to give 10.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there's a lot of money in that bill, and that's nowhere near what that consigner is going to look for.
So the bid goes on the Fury, and here's another thing to point out. From our vantage point, Bill, we always see the front end of the car as it's coming across the block, but now we get to look at the rear of the next one. It's a 67 Chevy C10 pickup truck that's on the block.
Give the whole vehicle the eyeball here. This one's been restored and it's been modified. Got a 350 in it with the aftermarket fuel injection and an aftermarket electronic engine control as well. So it's been played with, and this is kind of the way that a lot of these bills are being modified now with some of the high-tech electronics that are available off the shelf, and you can plug them in and play them, and they bring performance and reliability as well. Great looking paint on this truck too. Other extras, you got your air conditioning, custom gauges, power steering, and power disc brakes as well, and those 5-spoke chrome mags sitting at all 4 corners.
Current bid at 24, and
you want to
sell it? 25.
Maybe we'll get another bid, but we'll take it off. Yeah.
Reserve is off.
There we go.
$25,000.
Jesse Kopp there working with the consigner to get that reserve lifted.
Yeah, as Danielle mentioned, we will have pickup trucks today here in Indianapolis. And they're going to go all the way from bone stock, fully restored, to full customs.
And 24 ends up being the hammer price, $24,000 for that terrific little pickup truck. So time to roll out our first Thunderbird of the weekend. This one from 1956.
A baby bird, yeah, it is. That's that Fiesta Red. And the Fiesta Red with the white wall tires and that white top. What a picture. There's the 312 cubic inch V8. That was the optional V8. Get the 312, get the 292 back in 1956. Automatic transmission. It's got the town and country radio, which was kind of a funky little deal in those old Thunderbirds. You could actually adjust the radio to have better reception if you're out in the country to pull in those stations that are a little further away. And of course, 56, that 1 year only Continental spare tire on the back.
$35,000 is the current bid. And our auctioneer at the moment, Jimmy Landis, asking for 37.
Those are the wire wheel covers. Those are not the Kelsey Hayes real wire wheels, but those are pretty convincing looking wire wheel covers, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes.
The reserve at 35.
35 is bid, and the reserve is off now.
$36,000. I have $35,000.
Yeah, that would be in the upper percentile now for what these baby birds are selling for. Of course, some of the Amos Minter restorations are a little further north than this, but no, that's good money for that T-bird.
As you like to say, bazillion-D, gazillion-D, or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
$35,000. That will mark the end of our first segment from Indy on this Friday. Hope to have you back with us for the entire day, but more straight ahead. Oh, we've got a good one coming up for you tomorrow. Lots of them, but this one specifically, a 1979 Pontiac Trans Am SE. Yes, sir. 400 cube V8, 4-speed manual, as you know. And only 1,100 and change of these built for 1979. It's got the WS6 performance package and a lot more goodies. That's numbers matching too, by the way. That'll be coming up, part of our coverage, which will commence once again tomorrow at 11 o'clock Eastern time. That's maybe a little early out on the West Coast, 8 a.m. So grab some coffee and join us here on ESPN+. Look at that car, Bill. Right in the middle, coming up.
Oh, Riv.
Yes, sir.
Bring it on.
I saw that the other day, and I thought of you, my friend.
Oh, can't get enough of those.
All right, let's get back to the block here in the Coliseum at the Indiana State Fairgrounds with this 2005 Chevy SSR.
Yeah, and this one bidding into the $30,000 range. This one in that ever popular yellow exterior color with the chrome wheels. And it's got the 6-liter V8 in it with a 6-speed manual transmission. Of course, you get an automatic in these as well. And they had a short production run. And this one's selling for, I would say, an impressive selling price.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, the 6-speeds are definitely harder to find. People have really held on to those. And it's interesting, that one kind of was met with weird reviews because people, I think, had a lot of hope that it would be a different sort of ride. Then they got in there. It was a little bit heavy for what it was, but still great cruiser. That was well bought, I think.
Looked like an elephant designed by a committee. I mean, what is it?
All right, we move to another Ford Thunderbird. This one from 1956 again.
Yep. Yeah, second one we've had in a matter of minutes. This one with the standard 292 cubic inch V8, not the 312. A couple of hundred horsepower, and this one with a manual transmission. And Rutledge, again, this would be a car very difficult to find with that 3-speed manual. Most are automatics.
Absolutely. Such a cruiser kind of a car. You know, this is definitely like a more elegant date night ride than some of the others that were around. I saw a couple in my town cruising one this week, and it was quiet when it went by. You know, it didn't have glass packs or any kind of crazy exhaust. And the look on their face was just so pure and just all smiles.
Yeah.
I felt like they got to be headed somewhere to get a milkshake right now. Like, that's the car you take.
Date night ride. Did you make up that term?
I think that's exactly what we should call it,
Oh,
right?
it fits. Are you kidding me?
17 is all. 18 and 20 grand on this car. Less than that.
35 for the one we saw earlier.
Yep.
What I would have expected maybe this one would be in that neighborhood, but nope, not yet.
Well, don't give up. The reserve just came off at 18. Still room to work potentially, but
This one with the real wire wheels, those Kelsey Hayes wire wheels.
man, that's fantastic.
And can you believe that's the original paint sitting on?
No,
the
it's
Thunderbird?
not. Seriously?
That's the original paint.
Wow.
I will. 18.5 is the bid. $19,000. 18.5. You want to get $19,000. Here you want to give 18.5.
18.5. Is that going to be it?
Kind of like Trevor and Undertaker. You'll take anything.
I'm going to bite my tongue. Sold. 18,000.
Okay.
Goodbye.
There it is.
Thank you.
$18,500. Blake Baugh, our man on the scene there, with the couple who just bought that car, and maybe a date night ride is in their very near future, right?
It might be, and I tell you what, can y'all hear that, guys? Do you hear a train? I hear a choo-choo, choo-choo. Oh, it's a choo-choo custom. Speaking of date night, fellas, feast your eyes on one of what's got to be one of Bill's favorite cars ever, right? The El Camino.
Well, it's the name more than the car for me because I'm still waiting for them to bring it back. But yes, El Caminos, they still have an appeal. You know, they debuted way back in 1959, then they went away. Shortly thereafter, they brought them back. And here we go with a 1984 little 305 V8 in it. This is not a muscle truck by any stretch. Automatic transmission. And has some power accessories, steering, brakes, windows and locks, and AM/FM cassette sound system in this little truck.
Well, hang on. Rutledge, we were talking about that T-Bird.
Right.
And you break into the choo-choo thing.
You know why? This is a choo-choo customs.
I realized that, but I was not aware we were done with the T-Bird. That was the segue of all segues.
Thank you. You know, the fact that has the kind of Monte Carlo front clip on there to give it that sort of SS feel, that's the thing that I always loved about Choo-Choo Customs. They would take things and just make it a little bit better. Sometimes it was the interior, sometimes the exterior, give it a kind of multicolor. But that one was real clean, real fresh ride. Someone's going to love that.
Well done all the way around. Okay, 1977 Datsun 280Z. That is what is on the block. We have several Z cars in our lineup today, Bill.
Yeah, we've got a 1970 coming up later that I think everyone's going to dig. This one, I don't have to tell you, this is in highly original condition, a one-owner car.
Yep.
And the odometer reads just over 30,000 miles. Remember, the Z car debuted 1970. Here we are in 1977 each year, incrementally increasing the engine size, the performance, the extras, the options. This now a 2.8 liter inline six. Remember, that first one had a 2.4, and this with a 5-speed manual, and you could get automatics as well. But very original Z car.
This would be a great car to buy as a project. There's a lot of companies remaking parts for these right now, and the originality of this car is cool, but you wouldn't be hurting the value to put a new paint job on there. Because it's a manual, it's a little more desirable. That's a great starter for somebody.
Or you could just leave it like it is and take care of the necessities, you know?
Absolutely. But the fact that it doesn't have the back seat, it's not the 2+2, really does make it a lot more desirable. We saw that really take off in those Z cars, but that's a fun ride right there.
Cool.
What do we
Yeah,
say?
$13,000 buys that 77 280Z. And we send it over to Chris Jacobs, who is standing by in the 303 staging lane.
Yes, sir, Scott. And this 1980 Camaro Z28 is giving me all the feels. Why? Well, my older brother Clay used to have one and work on it in the driveway. So this brings back great memories. A lot of style, but not a lot of power. That 350 you're seeing right now only puts out about 190 horsepower. You can see those custom wheels all the way around, orange exterior, black interior. It does have a little cool cred, though. There's that 4-speed manual transmission. And you want a little automotive trivia? Where did the name Camaro come from? Well, the story goes that it was discovered by Chevrolet marketing manager Bob Lund, who found it in a French English dictionary that was printed in 1936. It's a French slang word that roughly translates to friend or comrade. So there you go. And with that, I will send it back to my Camaro, Scott Hoke.
All right, brother, thank you. That'll be coming up in a little bit here at Mecum Indy, our fall special. Glad you're with us on ESPN Plus here until 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. Here's a 1968 Mercury Montego MX. Remember these?
Of course.
Yeah.
Another M car from Mercury. The Montego, the Monterey, the Marauder, right down the line. And this is the Montego MX in Madras blue. And with a 302 in it, little V8, 3-speed manual. Boy, we're seeing some manual transmissions here this morning pretty regularly. And this one in highly original condition as well, and not a very expensive car.
3 on the tree really makes this a fun car. There's also a really cool applique, kind of a wood grain touch on the trunk at the very bottom, which is really kind of the interesting thing if they're trying to make this sort of street friendly but still stylish and a little kind of an upbeat car. But that's a neat looking ride, especially under the lights. That blue really pops.
I agree, and those Magnum 500 style wheels look good on anything, certainly on this car.
Hey, you bidding? Oh.
No. I got 12 over there. You got to be 13, George.
How's about this?
Yeah, 13,
No,
14,
I got 14.
15. Are you sure? Reserve is still off. Yeah, 14, 15. 14, 15,000. 14.5, 15 to you.
15, Patrick.
15,000. Sells all the way. 15,000.
One more hit?
Yes? You want to get 15?
Nope.
So, 14,500.
Appreciate it.
14.5. Yeah, that's the number.
How about that 302 that debuted in 1968 and, you know, a couple hundred horsepower. Then 1969, the Boss 302 came in. And, oh, look what we found.
Yeah, how'd you do that, guys?
Yep.
All right, moving on to a no reserve 2005 Silverado pickup truck. You mentioned a little while ago we have a little more than 100 cars in our lineup today, Bill, that are selling at no reserve, and this is the first one.
And a bunch of pickups like this one right here. This is the long box model of that 05 Silverado. 4.3 liter V6 with an automatic. And this is the 4-wheel drive version. Ooh, extras everywhere. Dual zone, climate control, power steering and brakes. They've updated those wheels. Those are 2024 Silverado wheels it's riding on. Those Wrangler tires. And we're very close to selling this truck. We're at 10, no reserve. Expect that gavel any minute here.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
Yeah, they're asking 15 now.
$15,000.
15. We're asking 15.
How
You
many
want it?
miles on that truck? 13,000. 15 is bid. $16,000. 15,000.
Okay.
16.
All right, I'll hold you on the phone. I'll hold you on the phone.
So 15.
All right, 15 grand.
For a truck like that, with that kind of mileage, the odometer reached 13,800 miles.
Wow.
Yep, ship it.
All right, check this out. 1949 Ford Coupe. 49, a big year. I mean, the cars were changing by the minute, it seems, Bill, and this is an absolute beauty.
Ford caught all the other manufacturers flat-footed in 1949 with this car. The other manufacturers were still building fat-fended cars with running boards and that styling that carried through World War II. And then in 49, Ford really shocked the world with these cars. Brand new styling, no running boards, flathead powered like this one here, fully restored, 3-speed manual on the column. The interior is original. Still has the 6-volt electrical system in it.
If they were all competing in a 100-yard or 100-meter dash, Ford would have been whistled for the false start. They had such a big jump, right?
Oh, yeah. That was huge. I love the kind of 50s touch of that big die there on the shifter.
Oh, right.
Well, Fredo gave us a good shot of that. It's fun to see. I thought for sure that car would have had those blue dots in the taillights.
Oh,
and yet no blue dots on this one.
No blue dots.
Look at this.
Now $7,500
is all.
Well, leave it like it is, or you could build a heck of a hot rod or a lead sled, or you can go in any direction.
What a deal for a family that's looking to get in to have something fun they can take to car shows, get to experience the road together in a classic. That's a great deal.
I say leave it like it is, man. That's nice enough as it sits.
Needs nothing?
It doesn't need anything.
Part of the father-son collection, it said there on the windshield, no reserve.
I don't think it'll take 85. Yes.
Oh! 85. Now $9,000.
Oh,
$9,000.
late money.
$9,000. From one family collection to another family.
8,500.
8,500 to bid. Give $9,000. Yes, sir. 9,000. Sold. $8,500. Paul Guck. Sold.
All right, going to Paul Guck back in the back of the room for $8,500. 1949 Ford. Okay, Bill, I'm going to turn you loose on this pickup truck. First of all, the thing that caught my attention when I saw it the other day, Paint Hall of Fame nominee.
Yeah, look at the gloss on that red paint. That is a lot of man hours to get a paint job to look like that. This one, of course, custom. It's got a 390 in it, a Ford 390, not an engine choice we see a lot in some of these customs. You can see probably could use a little detailing. A few hours bringing that back up to snuff. Automatic transmission. That's a 3-stage red paint, by the way, which means we've got a base coat, we've got a color coat, and we've got a clear coat covering that truck. And a California rake to beat the band. Look at that nose-down attitude on that truck.
Yes.
Look at the Mickey Thompsons filling up the wheel wells on the back. Definitely got that kind of Pro Street vibe. You can see the mini tubs they did on the inside of the bed from that angle. Narrowed that Ford 9-inch rear end to fit those. But boy, that thing, that is a real chop on that bad boy.
Yeah, that's probably an older build, but it's holding up.
Sure did, and somebody just picked it up for 36 grand. Break coming up for us here from Indy. We're about 30 minutes into our 6 hours with you today. A lot more still to come.
Yeah, Rutledge and Chris Jacobs and I were there to see that collection from Dan Shoemaker. And I got to tell you, it's got everything from World War II utility wagons to a perfectly restored 55 Dodge swept line and DT. Truck, did I say?
Yes, Bill. We got a special one, 1963 Ford F100 pickup. It's gorgeous. it's restored, and it is also incredibly special. Let me tell you why. Come on back here, and I love this custom paint job. Great trim work, but here's what makes it so great. This is a Ford unibody, only available from 1961 to 1963. So the idea was to make the cab and the bed one long continuous piece. So the chassis and the body of the truck are separate. There's just no gap between the cab and then the body of the bed, which is incredibly cool. Again, Ford only offered that between 1961 and 1963. On top of that uniqueness, you're also getting frame-off restoration work, invested $17,000 by the current owner. 223 horsepower, inline 6.3 speed, guys. Coming your way soon. She is a beauty.
That is in our lineup very shortly, as you say, Danielle. Thank you very much. F100 coming at you from 1963. On the block right now for the bidders here in Indy, selling at no reserve. An Impala Bubble Top, 1960, Bill.
Restored all the way back, except underneath the hood. It's got a 350 in it now, which, of course, you couldn't get in 1960. A lot of times we see these come across, and they'll have that 348 lurking in there, but the 350 with an automatic is what it has now. And the restoration, yep, it has certainly deserved a $43,000 selling price.
Yummy. That's our top car of the day so far. Long way to go, as you know. But good money right there. Right behind it, 1965 Ford Econoline pickup truck.
These are fun. These trucks right here, you know, they sat in barns and behind houses and in garages covered with the blue tarp of indifference for a long time. And now we see them coming out Rutledge, and they're pretty cool.
They really are. I was chasing a beautiful one of these at Charlotte Motor Speedway years ago. One of the security guards who was actually guarding the driver coach lot had one of these, and so I saw it. He had for sale sign in the window. I went over trying to negotiate, and Joey Logano brought cash and bought it in front of me, almost making eye contact, Scott. He was like, oh, you're not getting this. This one's coming home for me. It was red. He painted it white. They're really cool. If you look at any of Joey Logano's stuff, you can see it in the background of a lot of shots. I think he built like a canopy in the back and put a bed back there. Like, he made it. They're just so cool. And there's really nothing you can't do with them. You know, they came with those inline sixes, almost all of them, right? But then some people drop into 302, add a little more power, maybe make it a wheel stander. But they just have such a classic look, whether it's in the truck or the van form.
You got punked by Joey Logano.
Oh, yeah. Not the first time. I've sold Joey a couple cars, so we got even after a while. Don't worry.
Okay, 9,500 buys that 65 Econoline at no reserve. Right behind it, a lot of originality, it appears, on this 77 F-150 XLT trim package.
Yes, original is the word here. It's got the original 400 cubic inch V8 in it with an automatic transmission and not a show truck. There you go. It's a very honest presentation of a 77 F-150. Now, from the outside, walking around it here, doesn't look like it's suffering from very much exterior corrosion. You saw a little tear there, passenger side of the bench seat, but once again, nobody's trying to fool anybody here. This is going to be a very inexpensive pickup truck with not, if the odometer can be believed, not an outrageous amount of mileage. The odometer reads just over 59,000.
Yeah, and that's a great place to start a project build, too, whether you want to go up or down with it or keep it factory height. That's a great starting point. I actually thought it was my cousin Molly's truck. At first, I had to get up close enough to it. It's not hers, but, yeah, what a neat little ride. And now the availability of parts for these in the aftermarket has just grown and grown over the years, and there's kind of nothing you can't do with them. Whether it's a Crown Vic clip that you want to slide underneath the front end to get disc brakes and steering, you can do a lot with it.
Yeah, sure can. And you know what? It's F-150 o'clock.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Here's another one from 1977. A little bit different flavor here.
Yeah, this one has had a little bit more TLC, but once again, it's not a show truck.
Sure.
This could be a work truck or just a fun truck or whatever you want to do with it. It's got the 400 cube V8 with an automatic. This one, the four-wheel drive truck. And some slotted mags just to dress it up a little bit. The interior, as you can see, looks pretty original as well. And we'll not sell this for a king's ransom. Selling at no reserve, and we're in the mid-teens.
Yep.
Those mud flaps, if you can look down and see them, the land of 1,000 lakes. To me, it's the story that these tell. That's the little details that puts some of these trucks over the top.
Oh, that's a land of 10,000 lakes.
10,000, excuse me.
That's Minnesota, baby, right?
Minnesota.
Yes, and it sells for $15,000. And F-150 o'clock continues with a 78 version.
Well, this takes originality to the utter extreme, as you can see.
Yes, it does.
You know what? There's really not a whole lot of commentary necessary right here. This
Well,
is
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, this is a truck that began life in 1978 and probably worked its wheels off since then. And it really wasn't important how it looked, as long as it started up in the morning and you could throw whatever you needed in the back of it and go wherever you wanted. That's basically the story of this truck.
You know, and this truck wants to be like the previous truck when it grows up and get a full restoration and look that beautiful.
Did you see the use of that mud flap to keep it from rusting? Like, I love that.
Oh,
when you
boy.
see someone that's used a truck the way it was meant to be, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, $1,000. I love it. Selling
Rusty
at no
Jones,
reserve.
please pick up the white courtesy phone.
Welcome back to Indy, everybody, for our continuing coverage of Mecum auctions. Now, I'm standing here in the State Farm booth, and they always have something cool on display, and this auction is no exception. Check out this 1954 Chevy Corvette. Now, pretty much looks identical to the 53 Corvette. In 54, they increased production by a lot, and they also moved the factory to St. Louis from Flint. About the only way to tell if the top is down between a 53 and a 54 is by looking at the tailpipes. They extended them just a little bit, 3 inches in fact, so that the exhaust fumes did not stain the paint. This one done up very well. It's got that inline 6 under the hood, made it that 2-speed transmission. And this car is just all about style. It's going to be going across the auction block tomorrow, so make sure to stick around with us and check that out. Right now, let's get back up to the block and my buddy Scott Hoke.
Okay, thank you very much, CJ. And the top of the show, Chris told us about this car, 1972 Challenger wearing Plum Crazy.
And it's been breathed on a little bit here. By 1972, as we all know, the whole era of big muscle Mopars was winding down. This one with a little small block, 340, but it's been upgraded just a bit. Headers, dual exhaust, it's got a torque flight in it, and factory air is right on there. Left the factory with the air conditioning. You see the interior, torque flight floor shift, AM/FM radio. They put Dakota digital gauges in here, which is a tasty upgrade as well. And
yes, it is.
Yeah, the Foose wheels, and that's the package.
Love it, 30 grand.
Yeah, 1972. Ooh, it got dreary at Chrysler. No more Hemis, no more 6-packs.
I know. You know what, though, here in 2025, though, almost 2026, this body style still has the look for sure, right? And you can do whatever you want. You can put your Hemi in it if you want to. Have fun with it.
Yeah, 2015, they brought the Challenger back with the Hellcat.
Right.
Boy, that woke everyone up again, didn't it?
37. 37.
36.
Deals on the 36, 36, 37, sir. 37 pounds another line. No. 37. Get it?
36.
37. 36 now.
Yes.
36 and another 37 pounds. Everybody else. Reserve is off. 36, 37.
There we go. Reserve comes off.
37 pound out of one end. I had 37 pound.
And, you know, to your point, Bill and Scott, about talking about, you know, this style and this power, just drive this car as is. You're not trying to impress anybody.
Yeah.
Easy bodies now, it's all about that style. No one cares if it's a 70, 71, or a 72.
Yep.
Drive this bad boy as is.
And I'll be honest, you'll still impress people. That's a great car, good money. And again, you can change it, do whatever you want. I'd drive it. That purple looks great.
And that, I was going to say, that Plum Crazy is the bomb. I mean, you just start there, and
the Foose wheels too.
Everybody's gonna. Yes, I know. You got to mention him again.
Hey, like, you know.
Hey, go ahead.
Like my brother-in-law says, you can always put a supercharger on it. But
That's true.
There's no problem.
36,000 bought the Challenger, and now to the F100 that we saw a little while ago in our previous segment from Ford, 1969. Wow.
Factory installed 302 there. Column shifted 3-speed. It's the Ranger package, not the clone Ranger package. It's the Ranger package. Had a repaint, but other than that, not a whole lot's been done to this truck over the years. Original interior, except for the carpeting.
You know, they were working on a clone Ranger package, but it never got out of the boardroom.
I wish it did. You know, I'd be first in line.
Guys, did you see that had the original hubcaps on it? Talk about rare. You just did not see those survive the years, but really put that whole package for that one together.
Not particularly attractive hubcaps, but original hubcaps nonetheless.
That's right.
Sub 10,000 for the gavel price on that Ranger pickup. And we moved to a 1976 Trans Am SE.
Oh, good car.
Look at the opening bid, too.
Oh, please. 455 in this. This is the biggest of the big blocks you could get. The Trans Am 4-speed manual. People really like that single headlight nose on these Trans Ams. This has got all the gold graphics, power steering and brakes. They replaced the exhaust in it. Those are honeycomb wheels you might have seen. There's the interior, just beautifully done. And now we're at close to, now we are 52 with the reserve off.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a great ride.
Yeah, 65. What do you want to do?
Yeah, that 4-speed too.
Yeah.
Remember, it was not long thereafter that 4 speeds went the way of
looks
the
like they got 62
Dodo
for
bird
it right now, asking for 65
on these Trans Ams.
63. Out. 63, last call.
Good.
So, $62,000.
Hey, 62,000.
Oh boy,
that's pretty good. Somebody just got a terrific car.
Oh my, happy motoring to whoever it is.
Love that. All right, next, 1963 F100 this time around.
Yeah, other than most of the pickups we've seen so far, this one with a 6-cylinder. This is the 114 horse, 223 cubic inch inline 6. They did a frame off on this truck last year. And I believe this is the truck that Danielle previewed for us.
It is, yes.
So I'll just kind of fill in a couple of the blanks as she gave us a really good cook's tour of this truck. I see Rutledge pointing at something.
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, this one's just so different to me, Bill. When you see that ribbing there at the bottom of the windshield, and then as you go down to the back of the truck, you can actually see right here by the tailgate, the handle, rather than being in the middle, it's got the latches, but they're inset. This was sort of like, to me, a mix of a little bit of the Cameo pickup style, right? Definitely a little more fashion forward, but still super usable truck.
Yeah, everything you're seeing on the truck is the way that it came from Dearborn. And that interior, that bench seat, almost vibes a little like a rolled and tucked interior. You see the seams in the seat cushions there.
Well, the high bid on this 63 pickup truck, $20,000. Moving on to another Ford from that time period, Bill, that we discussed earlier, where they just were, leaps and bounds ahead of the other manufacturers. In 1950 Ford Custom Coupe here.
Exactly, Scott. And they made such a sensation in 1949 that the 1950 car is basically identical. They really didn't have to upgrade very much. There's the flathead. That's the 239 cubic inch flathead, the bigger version of those early Ford flatheads. The earlier one was a 229 cube deal, 3-speed manual with overdrive in this car. And it's got a radio, not something that every car had back in 1950. This one has an AM radio and the original in-dash clock in there as well. Now that looks straight out of a magazine ad, out of Mechanics Illustrated right there.
Doesn't it?
White wall tires with the original steel wheels and center caps. Very stylish back in the day.
$1,600 to bid. 7,500. 7,500 to bid. 7,500.
And this appears to be a sub $10,000 car, unless some people start jumping in.
Wow, you're right. I think the other one was sub 10 grand as well.
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yep.
Yeah.
1980 Camaro Z28.
Man, $7,500. Okay, we move to this Z28 from 1980.
Yeah, here we are with the Z28 going into 1980. And gradually now, we are seeing a little bit more performance sneaking back into these cars, but it would be a while before they would return to their former glory. This one has the 350 in it, which is what they came with. This is the LT1 350. And by 1980, they weren't pushing 370 horsepower anymore. 4-speed manual transmission in this, which obviously is attractive to people that love these Z cars. Power steering and brakes. Optional tilt steering column. And you see the hood, the air induction on that LT1.
You know, Chris did a preview of this car. Chris, you were saying that your brother had one of these, but did his friend also have one?
He had a yellow one, and his buddy had a black one, and they used to work on them side by side in the driveway, and it's just an indelible memory I had. I was about 10 years old. I used to go out there and just slack-jawed watching these cool cars just parked there in my driveway. It's kind of the birth of my love of cool cars.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because now your other brother also had a cool car, right?
He had a 65 GTO convertible. Black on red. That was very cool.
Yeah, I think we know how you got here, brother. I think that tracks it.
Well, 24,000 buys that 1980 Z28. Still a lot of fun to be had on those wheels. Back with more from Indy at the Indiana State Fairgrounds coming up in a few minutes. Well, we mentioned a bit earlier, we have several Z cars coming at you today. Here's one from 1973, and boy, is it immaculate. It's a 240Z Datsun 2.4-liter inline-6 4-speed air, the whole bit. It's been restored, and it looks fabulous. That'll be coming up on the block here a little bit later on in the day today. Right now, we're working on a 1957 Bel Air that has just gabbled for $28,000, Brother Bill.
Beautiful restoration once again, 327 in there. That is an engine that is so popular in these older hot rod builds. 3-speed manual, and yep, it got hammered.
How about this? No reserve 35 Studebaker street rod.
Oh boy, what a story behind this car. You want to talk about a hot rod that's hot. A supercharged 454 big block is what powers this. Steel body fiberglass fenders. The top has been chopped. You can actually notice that. Got a couple of Holley 4-barrels on there. And it's got some creature comforts as well. Air conditioning from Vintage, power windows, leather wrap steering wheel. Some money went into this hot rod.
And I clearly misidentified it as a street rod. Those didn't come along until a little bit later on, but it is certainly a terrific hot rod, as you said.
It kind of could qualify for either, honestly. At this point, the modifications on this guy, I think you're dead on. This thing had such a growl coming up to the block with that supercharged 454. The cool thing about this car to me is not only is it a rare car, funky styling with the Studebaker, but if you wanted to say change the wheels, a little more of a modern, updated sort of Euro style, there's really nothing you couldn't do. And for this kind of money, man, what a steal, Bill.
You are correct. And Brother Scott, you are correct to call it a street rod. You can call it a street rod up to 1948, and then it becomes a street machine after that. So you're on solid ground, my friend.
Well, I knew the street machine terminology was 49 and beyond, but okay.
Yep, you're good.
All good, and good money, terrific car.
Yeah.
And speaking of a terrific car, a little bit different. How about this 38 LaSalle Series 50?
Some of these cars, the people that decided to make these a subject for hot rodding, I take my hat off to them, because these bills are way out there, and Rutledge is getting a close look at this LaSalle.
Oh yeah, Bill, what's cool to me about this one is this has sort of like a lowrider vibe meets a hot rodder's dream. So it's got that Tuneport 5.7 underneath the hood. Inside it's got a little more modern seats in there. You can see the color fading paint. They really paid a lot of attention to those details to make it kind of special. Even got the wire wheels, but I like the hidden gas tank flap here. You don't really notice it, but then, oh, there it is. We're filling up, we're going. So, yeah, a lot of cool touches on this one. And again, when these cars are selling from no reserve from this collection, you might be able to get some great deals on these.
And you know, you can tell that these are older builds just by how they are modified and the parts they have and even the paint. You know, if that were a modern build, that's not the way they would go with that car. So there's some charm here for sure.
Oh my gosh, 15 grand, Scott. Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on, that's a fun car right there.
Hey, welcome to Indy in October, huh? 15K for it. Well, Rutledge, here is your limo, and I think you'll be heading to dinner in this tonight, right?
Oh, wouldn't this be amazing? 1934 Pierce Aero, and it's the one that isolates the driver from the rest of the car with that beautiful partition. But guys, you know this was a V12 car, 3-speed. This was made in Buffalo, New York. They were producing cars till 1938. You just see the style and the elegance everywhere you look on this car build. This was obviously for the wealthiest of the wealthy, and certainly why they weren't able to survive through that time period. But what a neat ride this is.
Yeah, one of those premium brands with Packard and Peerless. Of course, the Pierce Arrow right here. This is a limousine. Now, if you took the top off of the front of it, it became a town car. This one, a classic Car Club of America National first prize winner, by the way. And you mentioned that engine, Rutledge. What a tour de force this was mechanically, that V12, 175 horsepower. Hydraulic lifter is something that was still kind of being developed back in the 1930s, and these engines really led the way. So much about this car that's so important.
And it still really have enough power with that setup to cruise around well today. Boy, who wouldn't be lucky to ride in this thing?
38.
I would not want to get caught in one of the construction zones in Indy riding in this deal.
Yeah, right. Don't do that.
All right, 37,000 buys, that tremendous Pierce Aero. Chris Jacobs standing by in the 303 staging lane now for us.
Yeah, Scott, from one of the 3Ps to another one, the Packard this time. This is a 1950 Packard 8 Club sedan, and this one was known for its just smooth ride, cruisability. It's a two-door and highly original. Check out that interior. I mean, that is just pure Art Deco. So cool. This one is powered by a 288 with a 3-speed manual transmission. And you can see it's unrestored, and therefore it's got a little bit of damage back here. I would love to know the story of how that happened. Now, in 1950, the Packard's rounded style gave it the nickname the Bathtub Packard, but unfortunately it contributed to Packard's declining sales because people wanted the more modern and angular styles that were coming out at the time, such as the Cadillac. But this one's coming across the block in just a couple seconds, so we'll see it very, very soon, Scott.
We will keep our eyes on it. Thank you, Chris. Keeping our eyes on another Pierce Aero now from 33, Bill. This one, again, at no reserve at 27 grand.
Yeah, a year earlier than the one we just saw, and I want to direct your attention, if we can, to the front of this car when we can swing around. One of the things that distinguished the Pierce Aero was the headlight treatment, the way that they were fared into the fenders there. You see that a lot of the headlights from cars in that era were freestanding and just kind of mounted on the fenders. These were worked in to the bodywork. This one with a Chevy small block, by the way, let's not overlook that, with a Holley 4-barrel and vintage air. And it, again, maintains that classic vintage originality with upgraded parts and pieces that make it a real hot rod.
How cool is that?
Very.
And to see those two cars back to back, even better. Okay, 1932 Ford 3-window coupe. What an absolute classic.
Yeah, now we're getting back to what we would expect in the hot rod category, the 3-window coupe. This is a steel body, and the top has been chopped. I'm going to guess that's probably a 3-inch chop there. And this has big block power, a 454 Edelbrock intake with a 4-barrel. And we spent a little bit of our engine budget on those Brodix aluminum heads on that 454. Whoa.
Or a lot of the budget.
Or a lot of it, yeah. Headers, side exhausts. It's got an automatic transmission in it, a narrowed 9-inch rear end out back with coilovers and independent front suspension as well. That's the extra step. A lot of these older rods will go to the kind of an original-looking straight front end. You know, those I-beam type front ends. This one with an independent front suspension on it.
Guys, there are some great deals rolling across here right now. This is a great day to be here. You know, a metal body car like this, even with that kind of slightly dated Pro Street sort of a style, man, to get in that thing and drive it today for that money, ooh, what a deal.
Oh, you would be a star at any rod run if you showed up with that deuce.
33 grand.
Never replace it for that.
You could paint it red, right? Make a little eliminator, little ZZ Top.
ZZ Top eliminator.
ZZ action, yeah.
Absolutely. Guys, great news. I did just get a text from my friend Jerry. He actually got that 1934 Pierce Arrow that I was doing the preview on. Jerry's just recovering from some health stuff. Hope you feel better, buddy. Glad you got that car. What a cool.
Ah, man, you're going to score a ride in that, I bet.
Big
Right
time.
on.
Big time.
35,000 buys the deuce. And right behind it is from the previous year, 1931.
Yeah, this is a Victoria. So many different body styles in this era of the Ford. You know, the Model A cars. You had Victorias, you had the 2-doors, the 4-doors, you had the Roadsters, you had the Cabriolets.
Well, in 32, you had 14 different body styles in that year alone.
So there you go. Sedan deliveries even.
Right.
This one with a 350 in it with an Edelbrock Performer intake and a 4-barrel. Pretty conventional, pretty much according to Hoyle. Headers, dual exhaust with an automatic and an independent rear end underneath there. We really can't see it, but that's out of a Jaguar. That's a popular kind of swap.
Bill, this thing's had a nice clean shave too. You can see the rain rails there had been shaved, a Fringed antenna. But guys, let's give some credit. It's got a matching trailer.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what's not to love there, Chris?
You got to have it. There's not a lot of room in that back seat.
You know, you were talking earlier, Bill, about a lot of times we can judge when these were built a little bit by some of the components, but certainly by the paint. This looks like it's been done a while ago.
Oh,
not a recent build at all.
Right. Two-tone flames.
Yep.
This feels 90s to me in a really good way.
Very much so.
The little emblem there says Vicky on the car, and then the matching emblem that they kind of painted in says in tow on the trailer.
Okay.
So round about 30 grand for that package. And now to the 1950 Packard 8 Club Sedan that Chris had out in the hallway for us.
Well, now only real vintage drag racing aficionados would appreciate my next comment, but I see this car and all I can do is think about Dave Koffel's Flintstone Flyer. I don't know if anybody else remembers that car. Very famous drag racing car. Nobody could believe somebody would take a big, heavy Packard and go racing with it, but it was very successful. This is an unrestored California car, if you can believe it, with an inline 8-cylinder engine, that famous L-head Packard engine, very powerful and smooth, with a 3-speed manual. And what do you think, Rutledge?
You know, I was sold on the corduroy seats, and the curb feeler really put it over the top for me. My dear friend Kyle Petty has a 4-door of that. It's kind of a seafoam, sort of a spearmint color. And I actually drove him and his wife Morgan on their wedding day in that car. I love them. What a great shape.
Yeah, didn't really succeed in the marketplace, but today, like a lot of other cars, they're getting all kinds of love that they didn't get 60, 70 years ago.
I think $15,000 worth of love today here in Indy. And a 1929 Model A 2-door sedan up on the block for us now.
And again, this is probably an older build.
Right.
You know, but still holds up, still looks great. You know, if you do them right the first time, they will look great for years.
Bingo.
You know, it's a 29, it's a 2-door. I was mentioning all the different body styles. This is the 2-door, T-U-D-O-R, 2-door sedan. Small block Chevy. And they put the independent front suspension in this hot rod as well. That top's got a 4-inch chop. You can see that is low and lean. All steel body, AC has been added. A CB radio, and that kind of points to an older build because CBs, they were like the hot setup back in the late 70s, early 80s, I guess.
Oh my gosh, what a deal. Guys, throw some more modern wheels on that thing and just cruise. There are some incredible deals here today.
I'm thinking torque thrust D's on that hot rod would be perfect match.
Nice choice.
Yep.
I know I shouldn't ask this question, but you didn't happen to bring your bargain blaster with you today, did you?
Didn't. That's been put on permanent hold, I'm sorry to say.
All right. Check this one out, Bill. This is fun. 1948 Ford Anglia Custom.
Well, now, we were talking about drag racing, and this Anglia that you're looking at right here exemplifies a lot of what the altered class was running years ago. Some of them were AA cars like this one because it's supercharged. And you also had gassers that were set up very similarly to this one right here. 392 Chrysler Hemi, but that wasn't good enough for the builder. Went 462 cubes by one of the all-time great engine builders, Junior Thompson. That's a Mooneyham supercharger, which Gene Mooneyham, the great hot rodder, responsible for those. Vinolia pistons, and of course Junior Thompson worked for Vinolia when he was a young hot rodder, which explains that. Doug's headers, torque flight, race tuned by Gino Ciambello. And this one, Rutledge, 18,000.
We got to start pulling our money together, brother. These cars are flying out of here.
Oh, they're leaving us in the dust.
So we will fly out of here for a quick timeout. More of these fantastic cars still on the way. We are back at the Fairgrounds Coliseum in Indianapolis. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, Danielle Trotta, the whole gang here. And we are enjoying the scenery, and in particular right now, a 1970 Olds Cutlass.
Yeah, and you know, there's no deception here, really, because the consignor admits this is a W30 replica.
Yep.
It's got the badge, it's got the red inner fender wells, it's got the look, it's got the engine, and it's got a factory 4-speed as well. You know, this could pass as much for a Rally 350 as for a 442 W30 because of that color scheme.
Sure.
But there you have it. This is trading way below what a 70 W30 documented car would trade for. But, you know, you have all the fun and all the excitement in terms of the appearance without the expense or the collectability.
Trying to get to that $30,000 mark here.
Has the correct air induction hood, the rear wing. Not all of them had that wing.
Got to be 29.5 and I'll see it.
W30 was the drag racing package. Those engines were pretty much hand built at the Oldsmobile factory, and there was no, no bones about it. As soon as they went from the showroom, they usually went to the drag strip.
All right, the high bid at $29,000. So that car will head toward bid goes on, and we see this beautiful 67 Seco 289 Acapulco Blue Mustang. Bill, this is fabulous.
Oh, it is. It really is. This is just a dynamite street machine. 289, small block in there. Last year for that 289, we went to the 302 in 68. 4-barrel automatic. Edelbrock supplied those aftermarket parts up top, the intake and the heads, MSD ignition. Let's take a peek inside. See the bucket seat interior, aftermarket BM automatic style shifter. And some extra gauges in there as well, along with American racing wheels, the torque thrust 2s. And this is selling at no reserve. And you could probably bid another $3,000 to $5,000 more for this car and not overpay.
Oh,
great bill, and it's convertible too. So
exactly.
Picture that with a top down.
Ooh.
Yeah.
$28,000. Love it. Okay, here comes another one of our Z cars. This one from my good friend Tom Beeler good car collector here in Indianapolis.
Pace car collector, isn't he?
Yes, very involved with the pace car program
Yeah.
at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And he brought this one in a ramp side Corvair coming up in a bit. But this is a beauty.
Yeah, it is. 1971 Z car, second year for these. Universal blue is the color. There's the 2.4 liter straight six, about 150 horsepower sitting there. Rebuilt 4-speed manual transmission as well. Originality everywhere you look, including the interior. They did add an aftermarket electric power assisted steering unit, which is something a lot of builders are going to these days, those electric power steering setups. '71, and they were beginning to evolve. That first generation ran through 1973. Horsepower gradually going up. And of course, they're still doing Z cars now with twin turbo V6s with over 400 horsepower. So the Z car lives on.
Well, Tom's 240Z brings $27,000. I think he's good with that.
Yes, and we're going to see that market gradually go up as the beautifully restored cars like we see here are getting more and more love.
And they, you know, the super high-end cars are already starting
up there.
Already starting to increase a little bit. All right, Rutledge Wood is standing by with some some unusual offerings that we might see a little bit later on.
That's for sure. A lot of people are thinking, oh my gosh, talk about super high-end. You found a Lamborghini Miura on a Friday? Well, it's close to that. This is actually 1991 Prova. It is, of course, built to look like a Miura. It does have a 348 V8 from a Ferrari in the back, and I think that's really what I love about the variety of cars here. You see fiberglass body, beautifully done car, and it can be, I think, something really cool. They didn't make a ton of these, but it's actually what's right behind it that just makes me go, oh yes, this is why I love Mecum so much. This is a freeway. This is a little single seat, single cylinder engine car. It's got a CVT transmission. I think that would best be described as almost like a go-kart setup. And just for perspective, you know, I'm 6'3". I think we can see if we just get right in there. I'm not totally sure that I was the target market for this, guys, but when you see it, you got to admit, it's pretty awesome. Again, the variety, Scott, that's what I love about the cars here.
Rutledge, we're going to have to get the jaws of life over there to get you out of that car.
Yeah, I'm stuck for
sure.
Put
on your Vaseline pants or something. Man.
Good news, there's a roof hatch, guys. I can try to climb out.
All right, wow. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to fit in there.
Oh, he got in there.
Yes, he did. Good you. Something tells me he's gotten in one of those before.
Yeah.
All right, Rutledge, thank you, brother. Those are coming up. 2003 Ford Thunderbird on the block right now, no reserve.
Yeah, the short-lived but somewhat beloved Ford Thunderbird from that generation. Debuted in 2002. This one has the higher horsepower, 3.9 in it, 280 horsepower when they debuted the year earlier, only 252 horsepower, so it improved a little bit. And the market on these is kind of flatlining. We don't see them go up or down that far, and this one under 10 grand.
Yeah, 9 grand to be exact. And we move to the Corvair ramp side that we promised you. This is from 1961, and this is the second car that my friend Tom Beeler has brought with him today. Let's see where this one goes.
We're beginning to see these things come out of hiding lately. It's interesting to see. Of course, we see the Corvair automobiles, and now the ramp sides are coming out. We'll see the vans occasionally, which are also built on this platform. 1961, that was the first production year for these ramp side pickup trucks. Little 100, well, not even 100 horsepower, about 80 horsepower actually in these engines out of 145 cubic inches in the flat 6-cylinder. They rebuilt the carbs on this, your friend Tom did. Has a manual transmission, put a new clutch in it, and originally from the West Coast, the California truck, so don't expect to find a lot of rust or corrosion underneath.
And there you get a good look at the ramp, the reason they call it a ramp side.
Very unconventional. Nobody else was doing that. And I can't recall anybody else picking up on that idea afterwards.
16.
The vans were called the Corvan. I remember that was the model name on those. So yeah, had the ramp side and the Corvan.
Matt Morvac, our auctioneer right now, has it at $15,500, and that's where it's going to sell. The hammer falls, $15,500. Good car next. Sports Satellite from Plymouth, 1969.
This is, I think, a pretty neat treatment on the 69 Plymouth Sport Satellite. It's got GTX badging. It's not a GTX. This is a Sport Satellite, but you know what? That Sport Satellite in 69, you had a multiplicity of engines all the way up to the 426 Hemi. This has the 440 4-barrel, 375 horse, but the base V8 was a 318, a 340. You could get the 383, which was the Roadrunner base engine. This one with the 727 torque flight. So people would take a double take when first looking at this, not knowing it's a Plymouth Sport Satellite versus the GTX.
How do you think those red line tires look on there? Because to me, that's a real cherry on top.
We have yet to see a car that doesn't look better with red lines on it.
Yep, I agree.
With the 5-spoke mags. That's picture perfect.
Still climbing that ladder at 28 grand.
It's funny you think about how much people invest in trying to really measure, get the perfect offset for wheels. Back then it was like, oh, you want them wide? We'll just do 1 inch wider in the back.
That's all.
Perfect.
Very simple. Yeah, offset, backspace, and everything else now.
Hey, it's a science now.
Yeah, who's going to say that?
The internet got that one for $29,000. Megan helping out on the internet over there. How about this beautiful 51 Chevy pickup truck? It's a 3100. It's selling at no reserve. Boy, does it have the look.
Oh, it's got a great look from bumper to bumper. It's got the ever-present inline 6-cylinder engine. A couple of years later, we see that engine wind up in the first Corvettes. This one with a column-shifted 3-speed. Beautiful restoration, wide white wall tires offsetting that paint job. Got the step plates outside. Might get a peek at those right on the running boards. The stainless plates. And this has been converted, I believe, to 12 volts as well.
Always such a timeless look with these trucks, and sometimes we see it really depends on the audience and what people are looking for. Some days we see the ones like these that are a little closer to stock, but just with a flair, a touch like the two-tone. And then other times we see the heavily modified ones really bring the big money. Kind of just depends, but what a great bought truck that is.
Yeah, when they do a restoration like this, you kind of think, don't anybody do anything to it. Leave it alone.
Okay, with that truck, we need to step away as they are moving Rutledge's single-seater. Back in a moment. Thanks so much for being with us today from Indy, my hometown. We're about 90 minutes into our 6 hours with you today, but don't forget also tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern time, that's 8 o'clock out west. We are back with more coverage on a Saturday here on ESPN Plus. Right now, we need to check in with Chris Jacobs, our first stable performance tip of this weekend. Chris.
Yes, sir, Scott, and we of collector car fandom, what do we love the most about that? Well, performance and efficiency, and that's where Stable comes in with their in-season protection. Put it in at every fill-up, and you're going to get exactly that. Better mileage and better performance, and that's something we love. And one of the cars that could definitely use some of this is this gorgeous 1967 Mustang Fastback, a recently rebuilt 428 under the hood, made it to a 4-speed manual transmission, beautifully done in that color of dark moss green. And check out this interior. Look at how good that is. Ivy gold. You see the 2+2 rear seats that fold down in the back there. This one's been upgraded to the GT package. You can see it on the gas cap right there as we swing around the rear. It's got the beautiful Ford Mustang mags on there with the Radial GT Cooper Cobras wrapped up. Man, is this a great looking car. You see that rebuilt Hearst shifter in there with the gauge cluster looking so good. And as we come around, we see these fog lamps in the grille. That's also part of the upgraded GT package. This one's going to catch some eyeballs when it goes across the block, Scott.
Oh, it sure is. Thank you, Chris. That's our Stay-Built performance tip today. StayBuiltMecum.com for more on their terrific line of must-have products for your car. I'm getting the signal that it's time to look at a Buick GS Stage 1 convertible. And it's signal red, Bill Stevens.
Oh, and I'm going to send up a signal right now that this is trading at some solid cash, and no question about why. This is 69 Stage 1, a real Stage 1 Buick convertible. It's got the 400 cube engine. Remember now, in 1967, the original nailhead 400 cube engine, 401 actually, went the way of the all flesh, and they brought in the new one, and this has got it. 345 horsepower, automatic transmission, and presents itself beautifully.
Sold for $37,000, and now you folks at home can't see it, but I'm tightening the seat belt around Bill to keep him in the chair for this 65 Riviera. I saw this, I told you earlier, saw this the other day and knew it was right up your alley.
Oh my. You know, the first generation Rivieras have been underappreciated and undervalued for so long. There you see the 425 cubic inch, 340 horse V8 engine, but you know, the styling on these cars, you know, Bill Mitchell, the great stylist who followed Harley Earl at General Motors, he was on the team and ran the show when this car was designed for 1963, and it were not for the split window coupe, this would probably have been the star of the show. But having said that, the next generation of the Riviera, which changed somewhat, is still one of the most stylishly beautiful automobiles that come out of General Motors. This one loaded with power options like the steering, the brakes, and the windows, air conditioning, even has the power antenna, and just a sensational personal luxury car. A class of automobile that this car, the Grand Prix, the Monte Carlo, even by this time, the Thunderbird had become the personal luxury cars in this country.
Look at that, $39,000.
Yeah, well, I still say it's worth more than that.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. The one car that we never did on overhauling that I wish we had done was the Riviera.
Yeah,
oh,
I remember you said that. Okay, 81 Trans Am SE that appears to be in very original condition.
Which raises the question, if it is, why is there a 400 cubic inch V8 engine in this Trans Am, since that was phased out and the turbo 301 came in? So, we'll have to get our best people on this. It's one of 1,160 T-tops that came through on the Y84 special edition Trans Ams. This one with an automatic transmission, and that was another thing too. Couldn't get the 4-speed in all of the Trans Ams back during this time period. Most of them, if not all of them, came through with automatics. And this one at only $11,000 right now. Snowflake wheels. All the right stuff for a Y84. PHS documents with it.
$13 grand. Will that take care of it? No, that's going to be the high bid.
And now we're going to be starting the George collection.
Okay, next, the couple of cars that Rutledge had in the other building, and don't adjust your set. It's not a Lamborghini Miura. Built in England, this 91 Prova design sports car.
It's so kooky. You know, Prova, they got licensed from Lamborghini. I don't know how they did it, because those Italian manufacturers usually very protective of everything. But no, Prova Designs did Countages too.
Right.
And this is Prova chassis #1 for this particular body style. 5-speed manual and a 3.4-liter V8, which they got out of a Ferrari 348. I wonder if the guys in Maranello know about
Who knows? It's even got a Lamborghini badge on the left rear.
Yep, so, you know, a lot of hocus pocus involved with these cars, and look at where they're trading at. And I have to tell you that most people, when they find out it's not a Lamborghini, are probably thinking, well, what would something like this be worth? And we're finding out right now.
You know, if you're going to tribute something, why not shoot for the moon?
Yeah.
Go for the Miura. But you know what, you're right. I think a lot of people find out that this is not a Miura, especially if they see it close up.
Yep.
They wipe their brow and they go, phew. Because I would not want to see a Miura in this condition if it was an authentic one.
Guys, I got to tell you, for that money, to get that body, to get the 348 engine, I mean, that's a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of work to restore that and make it look like it did when it was new, but wow, what a deal.
Yeah, short money leaves you enough left over to put the work into it you were talking about.
And as Bill said, kooky, as if it wasn't kooky enough, they go ahead and they throw a Ferrari repurposed engine in there too, just to really confuse things.
Okay, well, as you can tell, Rutledge has extricated himself from the HMV Freeway 2 microcar. And now it's on the block.
This is an interesting car. It's got a 572 crate motor in it.
It does.
I just wanted to see if you're paying attention.
What you didn't see during the break was that Rutledge and I both got in there.
Oh, really?
Oh,
It was it was tight.
Oh, you are really good friends now.
Whoa. That is TMI,
I don't think we could have driven it like that. You know, it's got a single-cylinder engine and what they refer to as a CVT transmission. I would refer to it as a go-kart clutch. So,
okay.
I mean, it can be the same thing, but Bill, I know you would have been seen as a little bit of a weirdo in the early 80s to ride one of these down the freeway, but today people would think, this guy gets it.
Yeah, right.
Easy to find parking.
Absolutely.
Boy, if both you guys got in that car, that would be the bromance to end them all.
$4,000, by the way, in case you got lost in the shuffle there with that little car. All right, 1928. This is a couple of cars here that are pretty cool. 1928 Buick Speedster.
Built pretty much faithfully to what a 28 Buick Speedster would have looked like back in 1928. Little inline 8-cylinder engine, only 233 cubes with 95 horsepower with twin Stromberg 97 carburetors. Boy, that was a hot rodder's choice back in the day. GM 3-speed manual transmission, and all the little accessories and things and doodads and knickknacks that make this thing look period correct.
And the copper touches all over the car is so cool. I mean, it looks like it was made out of leftover plumbing parts too.
Yeah,
it's
right.
All the pipes and valves and.
Yeah. It's like the perfect amount of steampunk, isn't it?
And what about the rope up front? What's that all about?
Well, that tells you a lot about the reliability of this car.
Very true.
It's not to get other cars out of trouble. It's to get itself out of trouble.
Yep.
13.5. We got it. We got 13.5.
14.
That's it. Okay.
Chain drive. Don't see much of that anymore.
13,500 for a Buick Speedster. Not quite 100 years old. Well, the next car is way over 100 years old. This is going back to the, what they used to call them, the aughts. 1906 REO Model B Runabout.
Well, one of the first production cars in American history was the Oldsmobile Curved Dash Runabout, which was a few years before this. REO, Ransom E. Olds, is the gentleman who started this company. And these cars right here, a big page of automotive history, side valve, single cylinder engine and a gearbox. It's included with the car, not installed right now, by the way. And this was the cutting edge technology for automobiles back in the early 1900s. People were still using their horses and wagons. They were not going to convert into these contraptions that were being built by a bunch of different companies back then.
And you heard of the Speedwagon, that
REO Speedwagon,
REO,
the great
later
band.
a band name.
Yes.
And I think originally this model, this company was referred to as Rio Speedwagon, later REO, just to differentiate.
We'll continue the rock and roll here in Indy in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Indianapolis and the Indiana State Fairgrounds. That building up in the very top of the screen, that's the Coliseum. That's where we are. And I mentioned this a little while ago. Oh, I see Guy Larson, Bloomington Gold there on the far left of your screen.
Key, how's it going? What are you buying?
I mentioned this a while ago. The car's obviously going in the opposite direction of what we are all used to, and that's just because of the storage situation and the fact that it's a little bit smaller than usually that we have at the Spring Classic, but we're getting used to it. Hope you guys are at home as well. An Auto Bianchina from 1964.
I think I have to change. Right? I think you did. I think I have to change my voice though for this car.
Okay.
This is the Auto Bianchina sedan.
I think it's more fitting if I do that. Don't see many of these,
sure.
do we? 500 cubic centimeter two-cylinder engine. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's maybe 50 horsepower, if that. Rotisserie restored almost 10 years ago by a microcar specialist and master fabricator in Italy. Now, what would a rotisserie restoration cost for that car?
This is really a car that's a product of its environment. You know, those narrow streets in Italy and very limited parking everywhere. You know, to squeeze by each other on those narrow mountainside roads, you're going to need a car this size.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, for a long time, I think that there was a tax. The bigger the car you own,
That's
the more you had
absolutely
to
true.
pay.
Yep.
$10,500 at no reserve. I mean, I don't know about you, but that seems like it's pretty strong money for this little car.
I would have to agree. I mean, how do you comp that car?
Yeah.
Buying it by the pound.
Yeah.
Maybe. 10.5. Okay, here is another really interesting car. It is not a BMW 328, but it is a replica of that by Sbarro.
Yes, Franco Sbarro was an Italian who emigrated to Switzerland. And if you know anything about Franco Sbarro, you know that his designs, his original designs, he would take automobiles to the outer limits. He designed a hubless wheel. He designed a car that cantilevered in the middle and actually broke in the middle into two separate pieces. I mean, I could go on and on. Anyway, he was licensed to build these 328 replicas, and in fact, he was licensed to build other replicas as well from BMW, and this is just one example. Great craftsmanship on these cars, by the way. Sbarro won millions of awards for his craftsmanship, and this car reflects his company's ability to really do outstanding work. 1,342cc inline four-cylinder engine with a 4-speed manual. And, you know, from any angle you look at this car and you would swear it's a real 328.
37,000.
Wow, they got 38.
You know, so close to the original are these cars that they were licensed as continuation cars.
Yes.
Like the Shelby continuation Cobras.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, they got they got 40 now, 40S and 42.
And a real BMW 328 from this time period.
Oh, big bucks. By the way, this is not the same Sparrow that makes the Italian food at the airport terminals. This is a different Sparrow.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah, wrong one.
Not really. Still creeping up there, and finally makes it to 43, and that's where Trev Morvac hammers it. 43,000. That's a beautiful car. 1934 Morris 10-4, good buddy Tourer.
Not a replica.
No, this is the real deal.
Real car. Yep. Right-hand drive, 1.2-liter four-cylinder with a 4-speed manual. And back in 1934, you weren't seeing a lot of these cars on American roads. It would be at least another 20 years or so before British cars were making a real inroad, no pun intended, on American buyers. Semi-elliptic rear springs with hydraulic shock absorbers. That was kind of cutting edge back in the 1930s. Pretty maroon paint with black fenders and matching spoked wheels, as you can see. Another sub $10,000 car, Scott.
Oh, yes, indeed. 7,500 is all that one took. And that wraps up another run of no reserve vehicles. We've got over 100 of them here today in Indy. Beautiful 1967 first-year Camaro now on the auction block.
KISS, keep it simple, stupid. It's all you have to do sometimes to get a little street machine like this that people will fall in love with. 350 in it, automatic, power steering and brakes, and a set of American racing wheels. And just detail it to the max like this one. And that is just a perfect, practical, not too radical street machine.
You know, the one thing they did to it to just give it a little bit of style is that red pinstripe on an otherwise plain Jane white, off-white car.
Yeah.
And I think that makes a big difference.
It's that simplicity I spoke of. You're right. And now this 350 that's in it, I would guess that that's a transplant, although that's the first year the 350 was available in the Camaro. That could be the original engine.
$45,000, and that looked like it could have been a father-son handshake and a deal there.
Yep.
So with that, we will pause our coverage from Indy. More coming up. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Mecum's Indy Fall Special, kicking off our coverage today here in the Hoosier State. Come on back tomorrow for our final day. We're live on ESPN Plus beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, so I'll see you then. Speaking of fall, it's the perfect time to go camping with the family, right? Well, I've got something for you if you want to stand out in the campground. A 1927 Studebaker house car. This is a custom-built camper, and really, guys, I think the best of unusual history combined with automotive function. The iconic Big Six chassis, 1984 Ford one-ton pickup powertrain and mechanicals, and come on side because the character doesn't just stop on the outside. Everyone walking by is like, oh my gosh, what's inside this thing? Well, it's stacked with options, and a friend. Hey, Rut.
Hi, Danielle. Look, you know how to pick them. This thing is incredible, guys. The woodwork, the quality inside. Here, take a walk to the back. Let me show you. Everywhere you look, no detail was spared in making this the perfect camper. You see the little tailgating setup out there. But again, the woodwork, the thoughtfulness that went into whether it was the shade, whether it was the refrigerator, the sink, the hot water heater. Danielle picked a fantastic ride. Think about it. You could go somewhere fun on the weekend. This couch turns into a bed. There's a toilet. There's a table. I mean, everything you could need. This one is going to make someone really happy when it crosses the block later today, guys.
All right, Rutledge, there it is. I was kind of hoping for the kitchen in there for him to whip us up a little bit of lunch.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Well, he'll work on that. What a piece that is. Nicely done, guys. Well, a 1956 Continental Mark II. You're looking at it, selling a no reserve. $30,000 is the current bid here, Bill.
It's all about that pastel blue color and the wide white walls. Ooh, a lot of eye candy there. 2,600 were produced of these. This had a star-crossed history, only a couple of years, 56 and 57. And people at Ford lost probably their shirts for every car that they sold. They were in negative cash flow because they were hand-built. They were not just thrown together on an assembly line, and that means more labor, more time. Then you got to charge more when you sell the car to make a profit. Then they become too expensive. This one with the 368 cubic inch V8 that made 285 horsepower. The following year in 57, they upped the horsepower to 300, hoping to maybe get more buyers. But again, it was a tough sell. $10,400 was the MSRP in 1956. Yeah, Whistle is right. That was just a lot of money for people. But here in 2025, $30,000 will buy it.
And we move to this 1968 Camaro. Saw 67 a minute ago, now a 68.
Yeah, again, we're talking about the color of the car. This is called Synergy Green. It's a metallic color, clear coat, multi-stage polyurethane, powers from the 350 you see there. And not a lot of bright work underneath the hood. We're not talking about a lot of polishing and chrome and stuff like that. Black houndstooth inside. You see that right now. Got that basket handle shifter. I know, staple shifter, horseshoe shifter, I know. Everybody's got their own name for it. And this one also riding on another set of those American Racing Torque Thrust 2s that are all woollied right out, raised white letter tires. And right now we're somewhere close to, I think, selling this car. 1,000 more maybe. Oh, don't even need that. There we go.
35 it is. By the way, back to that Continental for a second, Bill. You mentioned 10,400 in 1956. That's almost 124,000 in today's dollars.
Yeah, and you know, if you're going to sell a car for $10,000 in 1956, you're going against Cadillac.
Yep.
You know, you're going the other premium brands. That's tough.
All right, we saw this one bring 35 now to a 72 Barracuda with a 340 under the hood. Get a load of this one, Chris.
Yeah, upgraded to a 340. Not quite sure what it left the factory with. Probably a 318. This is done in factory correct lemon twist. That's a high impact color name for the Plymouth. Top Banana would be its cousin, the Dodge's color name. Column shifted, 3-speed, black interior. Very straight ahead E-body Mopar here, and at $32,000, bringing some pretty good money for this one, Bill.
Yeah, and just to clear it up, that is a column shift. You said a 3-speed, and technically you're right because it's a 3-speed torque flight, but it's not a 3-speed manual.
But you were correct. It did lead. It has a G in the VIN, so that it was a 318. 318 to the factory.
Yep.
35,000. And that will end up being a little bit short of what was hoped for.
It's close.
Yeah, it's going to go to bid goes on at 30. So Mecum yellow 1971 Camaro Super Sport next. I see that hood bulge. Bill, tell me about what's going on underneath.
Well, back in 1971, and that was the second year of the Gen 2 Camaro, and the LT1 could be found in the Z28. This is an SS, not a Z28. Code Z27 for those of you scoring at home. It's a 350, Scott, to answer your question. Now, this could be the 245 horsepower 350 or the 270 horsepower 350, but maybe as importantly, this is the 4-speed as well, as you can see. Power steering and brakes, power front disc brakes is my guess. Rally wheels, dual exhaust.
I was kind of hoping for some bigger cubes under that hood, to be honest with you.
I know it's got the L88 style hood, but it's just for looks.
All good.
Yep.
Got those older style Camaro wheels on there too that we generally see in the first generation of Camaro. They've come over to this 71 right here. Yeah.
All right, Trev hammers that one at $25,000. And so we will get back to the pickup trucks now. The glamour era for Chevrolet, 1968 through 72, or 67 through 72, and this is one from 1968.
And this has a stroker in it, 383 cubic inches. You take your 350, you put in a 400 cube crank, and voila! There you go with an engine that really loves to rev, loves to run. Short bed body style. Got the automatic transmission. Inside, big bench seat with a buttoned diamond tuft there, you see. Nice touch.
Forever, when I hear 383 stroker, I am reminded of our former colleague, John Craman, one of his favorite motors. And he just went on and on about that particular motor. And by the way, we lost John in January. He would have been 69 years old on the 29th of September, just this week.
Yeah, we would have hoped to have celebrated that with him.
Yep.
And appropriately enough, next up on the block is a Corvette after this C10 cell. So right on cue for the professor.
Right, exactly. 29 is the bid on the pickup truck, and that's where it sells. And right behind it, as you mentioned, Chris, first year of the Mako Shark generation, that C3 generation, 1968 here, Bill.
Yeah, you want to buy a Corvette and you don't have $1 million? Well, stand by. 1968 was the first year for the C3s, and this one, the last year for the 327, which this one has, went to a 350 the following year.
Okay.
This one with an automatic transmission, still toting the power guide. Ooh, look at the sheet metal valve covers on that. Okay. Okay, I wasn't ready for that.
That got your attention?
Yeah, I didn't think it would have those. Anyway, yeah, this has got the automatic and power disc brakes on this.
A little bit of a Corvette quirk. 1968 was the only year that it was not referred to as a Stingray.
Right.
It made its comeback in 1969 as one word instead of the two words during the 63 to 67 era, the mid-years.
Yeah, these are aftermarket side exhausts. The engine has headers on them too, so look
Sure
at
does.
that. There you go.
Sure does.
25,000. Yeah, it's not going to empty your bank account if you're looking for a well-presented C3 Corvette.
Rolling, I should say, rumbling onto the block right now. Another 68 Camaro. Did you get a load of that? That music coming out of that?
I'm thinking it sounded a lot like a 383 stroker.
You may be right.
Let me check. Oh, why it is. Yep, there it is again. This one with a 4-speed manual, very recognizable color on that Camaro. That's that Daytona yellow. Got the black rally stripes here. You see the engine right there. Again, well presented IC tubular headers, ceramic coated, chrome valve covers. And this has torque thrust wheels again. These are later vintage of those torque thrust wheels. These are kind of like the flat spoke torque thrust wheels, and have a little bit of a curve in there as well. And they're chrome, and they look great.
And also a little bit larger, too, I believe. They might be picked up to a 17 there in this Camaro.
That's right. 14 inches was all you got back in 1968 of your Camaro. Even the Z28s.
That's about the end of the road if you want to sell it, 29.
But yeah, we definitely heard this car before we saw it, felt it maybe as it rumbled, as you said, onto the block, Scott.
Definitely.
Yeah, the headers didn't hurt.
What would you have to get to? 30 of the nut. I'm losing. Yeah. Hey. 33 will do it. Okay. 33,000.
Mecum rule, maybe?
$33,000.
Yes, indeed.
If you raise your bid to 33, I'll sell it to you right now.
Nope.
Nope. If not,
well, that's the magic number, but we can work on, we can massage a number in between. Would you give the 30? I'll ask. That's all I can do.
You want to raise your bid to 33,000? I'll sell it to you right now.
I'll ask.
I'll drop the hammer and sell it to you right now.
30.
No. Well.
We'll see what they say.
Sir, I'll tell you what. Raise your bid to 33 and I sell it to you right now. Let's do that. Just do that. Give $33,000 for it. Just raise your bid to 33. You can do it.
I know.
All right, I'll tell you what. Raise your bid to 32 and we'll ask him. How about that?
Would you do
Want to do that?
31, see if that can do any help. Well, 31 Got 31.
What do you got?
31.
I've got $31,000. He raised his bid to 31.
If I pay you 30, you're all right.
Roll. I have 31. Does anybody want to get $32,000 for it? 31, 32, 33. 30, is the reserve off now?
Sure is.
The reserve is off.
Okay,
32.
look at that.
And you can
Somebody else jumped
like
into the mix there.
Yep. From the beginning.
I did 33. Got the
Got
reserve off if you want
32,
it.
33, $32,000 bid. You want to get 33? So, $32,000, Drake.
Should always trust your auctioneer. Now
Well,
offering up 90.1.
Didn't get to 33, but 32 is pretty darn close. Here's another C3 Corvette from 1970 this time around. So getting kind of some of the bugs worked out of the third generation Corvette.
Yes, that's a polite way to put it.
Well, you know.
Yeah, by 1970 exactly. The C3 Corvette had really found its firm footing. This one, a little mixture of originality and some hot rodding. There you see the crate motor, 355 horsepower 350 ZZ4. This one with an automatic transmission. And the originality, yeah, they left the gauges as is. The original gauges, 7,000 RPM tack and a 160 mile an hour speedometer inside there. Adjustable suspension, upgraded 4-wheel slotted disc brakes. But they haven't done much to the body. Still has the removable T-tops and custom silver metallic paint with ghost flames.
Close the bid at $20,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Well, the high bid here on that silver Stingray, $20,000. And don't look now, but another early 70s example of a terrific Mopar machine is on the block, a 72 Plymouth Roadrunner.
Yeah, 1972 to be exact, done up in B5 blue. That's factory B5 blue. That's what it left the factory wearing. And a little bit of an international flair with this car. It came out of the Windsor, Ontario Chrysler plant. That's where it was born. You can see that pistol grip, 4-speed manual transmission. Backing up at 400 under the hood. This car checks a lot of boxes. I really liked when they switched over to this body style in 1971, Bill.
Yeah, and power, unfortunately, was in retrograde. I won't even tell you what the horsepower was on that Roadrunner to spare anybody embarrassment. But anyway, that does have the 4-speed. That's a selling point. Shore grip rear end, too. That's the Chrysler version of Posit Traction. Had the air grabber induction, too, the N96 setup. So, you know what? If you want a Roadrunner and you kind of like that body style, which debuted in '71, and you don't want to spend too much money, maybe you're looking at the right car.
Yeah, that air grabber, of course, was Plymouth speak. The very same N96 setup was known as a Ram Charger under the Dodge hoods.
Well, that's a look at the 303 staging lane in a little bit different spot than we're used to seeing it in May, but still packed full of cars. I think 8 lanes wide as opposed to 11 or 12 during the Spring Classic. And you see that 62 Corvette, actually one of 3, I think, 62 Vets we have today. That's kind of coming up a little bit later on. In the meantime, 1971 Camaro for us to double click on, Bill.
Yeah, you know, Scott, we just had a 71 Camaro SS not long ago, and this one is a standard Camaro, but boy, this one has been given much more royal treatment than the last one we saw. First of all, the fit and finish. How about that blue metallic? That is not a GM color. That's a custom mix blue. You see a metallic with the white rally stripes. It's got the stroker, 383. 4-speed manual in there, and lots of other extras. Dakota gauges, retro sounds audio system, which basically is a high-end system with a retro-looking head unit in it. So very cool car.
Well, look at that. It certainly rang the bell pretty well. $40,000. And 1955 Chevy 210 sedan coming up.
Very popular choice for hot rodders, the 210. It's the lighter, of course, it's the lower trim level. And this has the modified 6.2 LSA supercharged engine rated at 600 horsepower. And if that engine sounds familiar, yeah, that was in a Corvette, by the way. A high gloss black exterior. What about that paint job? 5-speed manual transmission. Has onboard computers and OBD diagnostics. That is a page out of modern automotive technology for sure. US mags, great finish. Look at the chrome finish on those wheels.
Boy, that's that is a Pro Touring 55 210, I think, or close to it.
Close to it, yeah. Now they've lowered the suspension, but I don't know how much of it is heavily modified. But yeah, it's got a lot of the things we look for in a Pro Touring ride. Interior's been all restitched as well.
Yeah, I looked underneath there. Didn't see. I couldn't really tell suspension-wise what was going on there. It didn't seem like it was a whole like a Hotchkiss package or something
tubular
like that.
this and that. Right.
Yeah, definitely had big headers underneath there. I'd be a ripper on the streets, that's for sure.
Oh yeah,
big time.
That would be a cruise night queen.
All right, the bid goes on that 55 Chevy. And next up, are they still working on that car? Hang on, maybe they've gone back. I think they've gone back to that
open,
car.
Yeah.
All right, they're at 44,000. And now 45.
7? You want 47? Yes. Do you want 47?
I think that was
46.
Laura Landis in the back. Laura Delzell back in the back of the room.
Okay.
No,
47.
for him to make him roll, do 47. Yep.
Now 48, Internet.
Okay.
47.
A little second
48.
life on this car.
Yep.
47 bid, 48. Internet, give 48, or I'm going to close the bid and make him roll it to this gentleman. I've got 47. You want to get 48? Close the bid at 47, and the make him roll is...
What do we have here? 47. We'll pay them 48 and see if they bid again. 47 to you?
47 to you.
Hey! You got
Survey
47.
says-
You got 47. Reserve's off.
Reserve is off.
There we go.
47, 48, 49, 48. You better get 49. I have $48,000. Thank you so much. 48, 49. I have $48,000 bid. 49. Now 50. 49, 50. 49 bid.
I think some folks here in the building were just thinking, we can't let this car get out of here, you know?
Yes, we've said it any number of times.
So,
When that reserve comes off and people know the car is for sale,
Yes.
that will stimulate them.
Happiest guy in the building, the seller.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, you don't want to
Very
let
true.
it go for where that bidding was stuck, yeah.
So 49 will take care of the deal. And still a good buy for a car like that, man.
Such an art form to watch these negotiations happen. The forward, the back. Was it you? I don't. It's just, man, it's so exciting to be here.
Yep.
68 Chevelle next, restored back in 2019. And I remember JK always used to say, hey, where have all the 307s gone? Well, here's one of them.
307's that forgotten V8 from Chevrolet. Matching numbers. This car was born with a 307. Automatic transmission. Rally red. Black and gray two-tone factory-style interior. And there are those American Racing Traeger wheels again. We see these so many times.
And man, we've been talking a lot about the the American Racings, but it's so neck and neck between the American Racing Torque Thrust and the Traegers. Like they both look so great on everything.
Yeah, first choice for a lot of people.
Bill, clarify this for me. So that car is a Chevelle. It says Malibu on the side. Is it a Malibu Chevelle? Or is it a Chevelle? Is this how like a rectangle? A square can be a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. Is it like that?
It's Leviticusly Deuteronomous, I believe, is what it is.
Yeah, how does that work? So it starts as a Malibu.
No, it starts as a Chevelle, and the Malibu is a trim level.
Malibu is a trim level, and then it became,
And then it sold for $40,000.
Okay, mic drop.
Nice okay, car. Yes, the first of several 1962 Corvettes. There it is with the hardtop in place.
And something we don't see a lot of in 62 Corvettes, this has the automatic transmission. Now, of course, we see them in the 53s and the 54s. But for 62 to have the automatic, that's a little bit outside the box. 327, of course. This was the year that 327 debuted. Roman red is the paint. Black interior. And white wall tires.
You know, it's interesting just consulting the black book here on that 62 Vet. You mentioned that automatic.
Yeah.
Just a touch over 10% were built with that or ordered with it. 14 or 1,500 thereabouts with the automatic.
Yeah, everybody was talking 4-speed back then.
Yes.
4. Put him at 44. 45. 45. 44, you're going to get 45,000, you're going to get 45. 45. 6.
And that's due, 45.
Yeah,
That's what I got.
Okay. $6,000 bid, you're going to get 46.
45.
I have 45 bid, you're going to get 6 bid.
That's an original car, you can see.
Okay, 45.
Much in the way of modifications, changes.
Close bid, $45,000. Close the bid at 45. Mecum rolls 50. You raise your bid to 50, I sell it to you. Raise your bid to 50, it's sold. You raise your bid to anything else, we open it back up and see what happens then. 50,000, you own it. And the guy that didn't do that is sitting back here. He'll attest to the fact that he should have raised his bid to that 33,000 when I was asking him. You wish you would have, don't you? Yep, okay. You want to raise your bid to 50 and own it?
If he gives up 6.5, we can make it work, but
Yes,
give
sir.
it a minute.
Well, he raised his bid to 46.5. Do you want to give 47? 47. 46.5. $47,000 last call. Reserve is off. 46.5. $47,000. 46.5 bid. You're going to get 47. So,
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there we go. 46.5 will take care of that.
And you know, if you're really sold on that 4-speed, not that big a project to convert that car over to a 4-speed. All the parts are there. So many of them were built with a 4-speed. You could do it.
Let's move on and check out another 67 Camaro. And this one restored a few years ago, back in 18. It's had some upgrades in that process.
There we go. Got a stroker in it, a 383. The overdrive automatic transmission, that 700 R4 that found its way into so many cars from Chevrolet. That's a one-year-only paint job, Grenada Gold, metallic, black vinyl top. Has another one of those retro sound audio systems. A lot of builders go into that. Once again, you get a radio or a sound system that looks like the original one, but it's got all new electronics behind it. Positive traction rear end and those Willwood 4-wheel slotted disc brakes will haul that Camaro down in no time. American Racing wheels, these with black spokes and the polished outer rim.
Well, those, I believe, are actually Boss wheels on there.
Well, according to my information, my people, American Racing wheels, black and chrome finish. Who shall I believe?
Don't believe me, who looked directly at the center cap that said Boss on it.
Well, could have changed the center caps out. I don't know. Well,
maybe they got the American Races that goes along with them. Or maybe Boston American Racing are somehow affiliated. I don't know.
Stealing
we'll get our
each
best
other's
people
designs.
on it. We'll get our best people on it.
They're waiting. They need work.
What do you mean they need work?
Our best people are sitting around.
Oh, Bill, here is your 1987 Buick Grand National that you previewed for us at the top of the program.
I'm going to hand this over to Chris Jacobs here. He'll tell you anything you want to know about these
Well,
cars.
every time one of these rolls up on the block, I become melancholy because I used to have one of these and I wish I had never sold it. And it was a hard top versus this one being a T-top. The only thing I don't like about this car is the fact that it has the GNX wheels on it. I'm a purist.
No, I think
want
those
to
are,
see a Grand National.
I think those are Boss wheels.
Or American Racing.
Kidding.
You never know. But if I see a Grand National, I want to see the Grand National mags on there because I love the way those wheels look too.
I just want you to know I hear you. You're not wrong. And I totally disagree. I think the GNX wheels look awesome. What a classic wheel. They really only look right on those cars.
They do look awesome, but in my opinion, they don't look right on the GNX.
I hear you. You're not wrong, Walter. You're not wrong.
Bill, would you like to chime in with some stats?
Yes, we need a tiebreaker. We need a tiebreaker.
SFI Turbo.
I would rather have the GNX, and I put Boss wheels on my GNX and be very happy.
I prefer the American Racing GNX wheels.
I'll say I'm very pleased with those wheels on that car.
And you know what? The current market of the Grand Nationals, that's a pretty fair price. They've been going for a lot more than that.
Right.
So.
That's a good deal. For everybody who all they ever wanted was a black Grand National, forget being rational. That's a great one.
33 bought it. Next is an A-Code 65 Mustang Fastback.
And it has the A-Code 289. That's the 4-barrel engine, 225 horsepower, factory 4-speed. And if I'm not mistaken, those are later vintage Mustang GT wheels on that car, with some radial tires as well, raised white letters. It's got the 2+2 fold-down rear seat. And stop me if you've heard this before, the retro sound audio system.
And you are correct about those wheels.
Yeah.
45 is the bid. And that's where it's going to close for the time being. And so we get the chance to take a close-up look at a 65 GTO. And immediately you can tell there's been a lot going on with this GTO.
Engine swap, 6-liter LS2. That's the 400 horsepower V8 engine. All customized all the way around this car. Automatic transmission, they've added overdrive to this. Candy apple red is the exterior color. Black interior, it's got vintage air. 12-bolt positive traction rear end with coil-over suspension. Headers, Flowmaster exhaust, inside bucket seats with a center console. And I probably am going to sound like I can't get it out of my head, but yes, retro sound has been added as well.
I mean, it's kind of like vintage air.
Yeah.
It seems like sometimes every other car we see has vintage air.
Pops up everywhere. Those are large diameter wheels on there, and I'm just going to take a wild guess. Those could be 24-inch aftermarket wheels on that car. Those are big boys.
We don't often see wheels that big in a GTO of any year, really.
Yeah, those are Riddlers.
There we go, 58, the reserve is off. Actually, those are only 20s.
I know.
That's what they
the
say,
signer
anyway.
may say that, but
Sometimes it makes them look bigger when the car's not lowered, you know, like that one's got a big stance to it, but that's a pretty car.
Those are jumbo. trucks were pretty important in the history of the Ford pickup truck. In 1937, the pickup trucks began looking more like cars. We're going to talk about that again later with another pickup we're about to see. But how did your dad come by owning 2 of these?
Dad was always looking for cars, and you know, word of mouth auctions sometimes, but he was reading the paper and saw the one ads that there was a 37 pickup for sale in Grove, Oklahoma, not far from here. And he took John Garrett with him, one of our curators that helps us keep everything alive and well, to go see a guy named Don Bailey. Come to find out, Bailey had bought it new originally.
Wow.
And had owned it his entire life. And when they got to talking about it and so forth, Dad was just so enamored and just so, you know, gushing over this pickup truck. Bailey looks at him and goes, "Yeah, you love this one? I know where there's another one." My brother bought one the same day at the same dealership, and he still has it. And he gave him the number, and we called his brother and went up to Kansas City where he lived and bought this truck. And that's why we have 2 37s.
Unbelievable. So these 2 trucks right here were sold within a day of each other from the same dealership.
Same day, same dealership. Same day, same 2 dealership. Brothers, kept them their entire life.
And now they've been reunited.
We brought them here.
That's insane.
It is.
That never happens. But that somehow happened here, and your dad found that.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Now, other than the color, are they identical?
One has a metal bed and one has a wood bed, and those were options in the day. And yes, otherwise they're identical.
Well, we spent the entire day there, Rutledge and Chris and I, and the thing that really impressed me so much was that Dan Shoemaker really is such an expert on all of the vehicles that his dad collected, and we couldn't stump him. Asked him a million questions, and he knew the answer to all of them.
Very much looking forward to that group of automobiles, trucks. Coming up, here is a Ford Torino Fastback from 1970.
Yeah, another, let's call it a conservative custom. It's not completely original, but the upgrades have been very tasteful. You're going to see the engine. That's the 351 Cleveland underneath there. Has the high-performance C4 Ford automatic transmission as well. Black interior to contrast with that gold exterior. Traction lock differential too. Torque thrust wheels. Yep, there they are again. Radial tires for a great ride, good handling. This comes with a deluxe Mighty report, which will tell you the originality, what this car came with from the factory and its provenance, and whether or not what you see is what you get. These cars are undervalued too. I mean, we talk about 70 Chevelles and, you know, General Motors offerings, and we see where they trade at. And the Fords, they just don't seem to bring that same kind of attraction, and that's too bad because they're great cars.
They are indeed, and this one just $21,000, and you get a great car for that.
Yeah, V8 power, C4 automatic, nothing to squawk about.
Okay, from 1978, this Firebird Formula, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, these were the Trans Ams that ruled the street back in 1978. They were quick, they were stylish. This one, 350 cubic inch V8 with a 4-speed manual transmission. Now, granted, we were not talking about big gobs of horsepower back then, but nobody was really building anything that was really a powerhouse. Here you see the chrome valve covers, chrome alternator, open element air cleaner. It's got a Hurst shifter in it, which we'll probably see in just a sec. There it is. Bucket seats and console and snowflake wheels. Very attractive package. Now you think back to what the Corvette was doing back in 1978. Even the L82 350s, just a little over 200 horsepower. So these Pontiac Firebirds, these formulas, they were not to be chuckled at.
17 pounds out of 16, 17, 18 pounds out of bed, 18 pounds out, 18 pounds out of bed, 18 bed, 18 pounds out of bed, 18, 19, good 18 pounds out of bed, 19 pounds out of bed. Anybody else? Running at 19.
Yeah, it's funny when Pontiac got away from the wide track campaign. You remember how they were wide track Pontiacs?
Thank you so much.
Yep. Their next marketing campaign was radial tune suspension.
Oh,
You
yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
That was the next thing they did. And this car has it.
Yeah. $18,000. Good car here. It's a 69 Roadrunner with the factory 383 under that hood, Bill.
Yeah, that was the base engine, 335 horsepower, torque flight automatic. And this one is sitting up a little higher in the back, so a little hocus pocus going on underneath there. Says it has the A15 spring special package, which might contribute to that modified ride height. Got the Decor group, another option, the A87 package, short grip rear end. Inside, pretty original to me. Buckets, console, shifter. Car of the year, 1969, Plymouth Roadrunner.
Bill, when you look at that car from afar and you see that rake that it's got, to me it looks kind of tough, kind of street ready.
Yeah.
Has those little helper bars underneath the rear end. You know, in theory, that would help you if you're really burning them out. I've never really seen them do anything, but it was almost more for style, it felt like, right?
No, I mean, that was street cred. Back in the day, you jack up the back of the car, you could reverse the shackles, you could hijacker Gabriel shock absorbers or whatever. Oh, that was the look.
All right, the bid goes on the Roadrunner, and we move to a 67 Mustang with a 428 and an absolute beauty.
Hot, hot, hot. Did Chris do a little preview on this car a little while ago? Oh, this was the stable
car.
performance car. Ooh, look at that engine that doesn't belong in there. 1967, couldn't get the 428 Corvette jet yet. That came in 68, but you know what? It fits right in there. And this engine's been bored 40 over. So it's pushing more horsepower than the original 428. Forged pistons, Edelbrock heads, roller cam, and the horsepower keeps going up. It's got a special Racing Powermaster torque converter for hot launches, 750 CFM 4-barrel carburetor, MSD ignition. Now it looks very original on the outside.
We got it at 85.
Lots of surprises waiting for the unsuspected underneath. Traction lock rear end, 350 ratio. Long list of modifications and improvements and upgrades. And look at the money. Need I say more?
Yeah. $85,000, solid top seller thus far today on this Friday at the Indy Fall Special.
That scores 5 stars. Appearance, performance, quality of parts, everything.
All right, 85 grand buys it. And next is one of the high-performance Chevy pickup trucks from this time period, the 454 SS.
You could say that. In 1990, this would qualify as high performance. Although, first year for this truck, you only got, I think it was 225 horsepower. In 91, it went up a bit, and they changed the transmission. You got a better transmission as well. But these are getting some real collectability of late, especially the low mileage and straight ones. Odometer reads almost 18,000 miles, and that's it. Of course, that's that 454 big block, hence the name of the truck, with an automatic transmission, and reserve is off.
And when I say high performance, it's relative.
Right. You have to think of what was going on back then, what would qualify. Of course, 1990 was the first year for the ZR1 Corvette, and that was the King of the Hill Corvette that everyone raved about. 375 horsepower.
Yeah. Yep. 37,000 buys the 454 SS. And here's a Mach 1. Love this color combination on a 73 Mach 1, the end of the line for the first run of Mustangs from 65 all the way to here in 73.
Yeah, people find that surprising when they see these cars and discover that they're still Generation 1, so dramatically different looking than the first Mustangs. This one's got a 351 in it with a 4-speed. Light blue, code 3B. The paint color with a black interior. Power front disc brakes and power steering. Got a good open road rear end ratio. It's a 9-inch rear end with 325 gears. Still comes with a lot of the original paperwork, like the owner's manual and warranty papers and the dealer jacket and a deluxe mileage report.
That's a 2-owner car, by the way.
Yeah,
the original owner had it until just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, the end of that generation. Boy, talk about changes. Next generation of Mustang ran from 1974 up to 1978. Oh, boy.
And then things changed again
for the
in
better.
A big way.
Yeah,
Yes.
Fox bodies came in.
40 pounds and out of 40.
Thank you very much.
This Mach 1 winds up at 40K.
Boy, Scott, if you like that one, wait till you see Senior Guacamole from the Shoemaker collection. Bill and Chris and I found a real gem. That's all I'll say. A little tease.
Okay.
No
it's
spoiler
easily
alert
the
here.
nicest one you've ever seen.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's known as the art of the tease.
Yeah,
it is.
TBD, to be determined.
Hey, no teasing with this truck. It is special. 1957 Chevy 3100.
How about another California rake, too? Fanny is elevated higher than the nose. Frame off is how the project began. They put in a 350 crate motor and that 700 R4 overdrive automatic transmission and independent front end. And you saw the engine there. Beautifully installed. Very sanitary. Those are OEM bucket seats. Out of something, maybe a Cadillac or a Tahoe or something like that. They look great in there. This has vintage air, as we were discussing, Scott.
Yes.
And retro sound.
Well, not surprisingly, I mean, I would have thought it would have taken way more than 50. So 50 is going to be the high water mark at the moment. So the bid goes on. And Bill, I was telling you a little bit earlier before we even started the program today, there's a 57 Bel Air in our lineup that's green. And I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen a 57 Bel Air with this paint on it. And I don't think I have.
That's a tough one because back to the 1950s and the color palettes were really unlimited. There were so many different colors. That kind of looks original to me, but again, you know, I'm on the same wavelength as you on this. But it does have the V8, the 283. Which, of course, you know, was the engine that was the upgrade from the 265 that debuted in 55. With a power glide, bench seat, and a Wonderbar AM radio.
That interior really sells that car because it brings the outside in so perfectly.
Yep. You're
I mean,
right.
that is beautiful.
But doesn't that paint just
I know what you're saying.
grab you?
I know what you're saying. Is that a custom mix? Is that another OEM color?
It definitely seems like a car you could see Lucy and Desi on Route 66 in.
Sure.
Give me a time capsule. I'm there.
Hey, you know what? This is why I always want the convertibles to have the top down. Let us see those interiors.
Bingo. Well, it brings $54,000. Somebody just picked up a fabulous car. Back with more from Indy in just a moment. Well, the 303 staging lane always busy no matter which direction the cars are rolling. Today, the opposite direction, but no matter. The guys and gals from 303 giving all these cars a little once-over with a shot of speed detailer, spray wax perhaps, making them look absolutely fabulous under the lights. 303mecum.com. A large selection of products, and you can find out all about them there. First-year GTO here. Bill Stevens' reserve is off at $24,000. And that's where it sells.
First year GTO, but it does not have the first year GTO engine. It's got a 1969 350 Pontiac in there.
Okay.
And a fantastic paint job. Here we go with another paint job. Just knocks you right out with those aftermarket wheels. Wow, what a look.
Really interested to see the next car. We've talked about the Datsun Z cars. We've had a couple of them already. This one now from 1973, and this may be the top of the heap in terms of the quality of the ones we see today.
I would agree with that, sir. 1973, this was the last year for the 240Z. The following year, the 260Z came in, and that was a short run. But in the meantime, 2.4 liter straight six, about 150 horsepower. But look at the paint. That is a repaint. A professional restoration is responsible for that. Love those mini light or Panasport wheels it's riding on. Boy, does that bring that car to life, huh? And that is the correct original color, the code 114 metallic brown. Original glass, original gauges, original radio, original tire and jack, spare tire. I mean, wow.
And Bill, this is the kind of car we were talking about earlier when we had that 78 280Z. You could take a car like that earlier one and turn it into something like this. You use the bumpers from this era, get rid of the kind of the 5 mile per hour impact bumpers. This does, it's riding on Rota wheels, which have that kind of RS Watanabe style, which is, again, like the Panasports you mentioned. But that's a really period-correct style of wheel for that car. And that chocolate brown just looks so good under the lights.
Yep.
$38,000 was the high bid on that 240Z, and a Buick Skylark from convertible too, from 1970 is selling next at no reserve. I see the Grand Sport, the GS badging on this one, Bill.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not.
It's not. No. But that doesn't take away from the fact it's got that 350 in there with an automatic transmission, a lot of power accessories, Magnum 500 style road wheels, contrasting interior, pearl white, and red is called fire red, and yeah, doesn't have to be a GS or doesn't have to be a hot rod. If it looks that good, you got all you need.
I'll tell you what, I'm with you all the way on put the top down, but every once in a while when you get a top that looks that pristine, you give it a pass.
Yeah, and it's a high contrast too, the white with the red.
Yeah.
Oh!
Fire red, and this whole car is fire.
Fire. No reserve, it's going to sell.
And it does indeed at $25,000.
That was a good pickup for that money. Nice.
Here's another 65 Mustang.
Yeah, this one a little different from the Mustang we saw previously. This one with a C code. That's the smaller two-barrel 289 automatic transmission and a few power accessories. Steering, got AC in there, little AM radio. Yeah, nothing too complicated. It's got the Cobra valve covers on there. That does not add horsepower, by the way. That's for appearance only. Open element air cleaner. And there you see that big AC unit under the dash. That was the way that Ford did it back then, long before we had vents in the dashboard and all of the different ways that they could plumb that air conditioning into the cabin. That's how they did it. And a big, almost looks like a Kelvinator underneath there. Torque thrust 2 wheels. Polished to a sheen.
I just don't want it to go unnoticed that you worked Kelvinator in there, and I'm really, my hat's off. As an antiques lover, it's really well done.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Wasn't Kelvinator a division of AMC? They make those up in Wisconsin?
It might have been. Guys, the prices today are bananas.
Oh, wicked.
Wow.
$20,500 for that little Mustang. What a car. What a piece of history, right?
Yeah, all those.
Welcome Welcome back, everybody, to the Indiana State Fairgrounds here for Mecum Auctions, and she's so fine, my 409. Oh yeah, you're getting a look at it right there under the hood of this 62 Chevy Bel Air. This one's a bubble top too, which is very, very cool. Get a load of this interior. Just beautiful, this ermine white exterior over that red interior. T10 4-speed manual transmission, color match steel wheels. Those are 14 inches. And get this one is a bubble top, easily identifiable by this tapered C pillar right there. Well, I guess it would be a B pillar because there is no in-between pillar, but regardless, it is a bubble top, which makes this car's value just skyrocket. This one's gonna be going across the block tomorrow, Saturday, so make sure to tune right back in here with us so you can see it. Scott, what a gorgeous car. Can't wait to see it go across.
You are correct in every way there, Chris Jacobs. Thank you, my friend. It's coming up tomorrow. We've got coverage starting at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. And now, Bill, that Studebaker house car from 1927.
Do you want to know what the most amazing thing about this is,
Tell
other
me.
than the obvious?
Tell me.
A 460 big block Ford bored 10 over Edelbrock Performer carburetor with a Comp Cams cam, a performance distributor with an MSD blaster ignition coil. That's a powertrain you don't expect to see in a 1927 Studebaker house car.
Bill, look at that woodwork, though. Look at when you look at the roof, it is incredible. The man hours that went into making this so special, it just knocks it out of the park.
All hand inlaid along the top of that headliner. You got it.
That'll be serious competition for any house car track day. You want to find your buddies and head to the track.
NHRA may have to start a class.
Right.
I mean, really, the craftsmanship, being able to climb around and sit in there with Danielle earlier, she, was outside through to me. I got to be in there. I mean, every bit of detail, when you look at the roof and the bows that they made, to have to curve both directions and to make all of it so seamless, that is a work of art.
That's a Bob Vila special inside there.
Wow.
You know what I think this needs, though? It needs an exterior paint job that's a little more eye-grabbing. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if it was yours, I might paint you on the side, airbrush you, half man, half horse. I think that's a natural fit, don't you, Scott?
I did that with Photoshop with him on one of his RVs a few years ago. Do you remember that?
I do.
30. I may have to post that.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I'll send it to you.
What are the chances?
Oh, man. I'll send it to you. $30,000, by the way, was the high bid on the house car. I would vote for the HC class in the NHRA, by the way.
That would be the one I'd go with.
Here is a 1970 Challenger, and look at this. We're already at 60,000, now 65. Let's go into details on this one, Bill.
Yeah, it's a matching numbers V code. 440 cubic inch, 6-pack engine, 390 horse. With a torque flight automatic, it's got the super track pack. That means that everything is set up for, guess what, the quarter mile. 410 rear end, Dana 60, and a fantastic restoration. Fit and finish is first rate.
You know what I love is every time a hot Mopar crosses the block, it's like a swan song. And I was like, I know Chris is going to be here any second. And poof, you appear.
I made it all the way from the Fall Creek Pavilion to the block during that Studebaker house truck.
I'm really impressed. A long way to go, but that's all it takes. You heard V code.
I made it. I was like,
it's like the bat signal.
Chris, did you sprint? My
track
God.
pack.
It's like a quarter mile.
It was a very fast walk. I was like working the elbows.
I love it. Chris, are you happy with the price that one's going for right now?
I would have expected it to be higher. It kind of plateaued there at that amount. I mean, especially after all the stats that Bill just read off. That's what's going to make that car go up and up in value. I'm surprised the reserve is off at 66.
It just came off.
Could see what happens here.
Yeah, this could be another bargain blaster kind of deal here. That's a matching numbers powertrain, by the way. That's not a transport. Didn't start out with a 318.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it, man.
File that under well bought.
Oh,
wow.
thumbs up to that gentleman.
$67,000. Well, everyone, we have reached the halfway point in our telecast today. 3 hours in, 3 hours still to go here on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, right next door in the booth with Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, out and about, having a lot of fun bringing you guys some terrific cars and trucks today. And we hope you can join us again tomorrow for day 2 of our coverage. And if I haven't mentioned it, I will again. 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow here on ESPN Plus. Beautiful 1950 GMC 100 pickup truck rolling away from us this time.
Yeah, and you know, the crime, if I can use that word here, is that the amount of time and labor that went into this restoration is not going to be compensated by the selling price. We see these fabulously restored vintage GMC and Chevy pickup trucks that look like this kind of work, and you know, it's not a money-making venture. It's out of love. It's not out of profit for sure. This one has a rebuilt 228 in it, that straight 6 engine, 4-speed manual transmission, and you see the finish work on it. It's just perfect. Now this truck may have looked like this when it was sold back in 1950, but probably was sold to a tradesman or a delivery company or a farmer, and it would not take long before it no longer looked this pristine.
You know what? I'd even go one step further. I'd say it looks better today than it did when it was in the showroom in 1950.
The paint technology and everything else has improved so much over the years.
And isn't it interesting? We saw the red and black two-tone go through earlier without the wood slats, sold for around 13. This one bid goes on to 20. And Scott, check out the looker that is on the block now.
Oh my goodness, yes. 61 Impala bubble top.
Yeah, not stock by any stretch. This has been modified. V8 powered with that Vitec electronic fuel injection system, which has been made to look like the original tri-power setup that you would have gotten on the 348. Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes, air ride underneath. Brand new exhaust system from front to back. 19-inch billet specialties in the front, 20-inch in the rear. And that wheel style is called salt flat wheels.
Yeah, and that's the perfect wheel, I think, for the stance of this car. The age, the red line tire really puts it over top. And that's a bigger wheel and tire setup, obviously. But, man, that salt flat style, having the kind of machine rough face to it with the polished lip, I love it.
Yeah, and the salt flat refers to the Bonneville salt flats and the fact that they replicate the old Halabrand kidney bean wheels, which were very popular out there on the salt flats.
And that last jib shot, you got a great idea of that roof line that gives it its name, bubble top.
Very true.
So cool.
Yeah, 75,000. That's a strong second place today in our list of top sellers. Bill, interested to see where this car goes. The next one, a 94 Viper RT10 Roadster.
Well, if there's such a thing as an affordable Viper, 1994 is not a bad place to start. However, this one, only 6,575 miles showing on the odometer. Low mileage car, but it's got everything the 94 Viper should have. The 8-liter V10, 400 horsepower, 6-speed manual, limited slip rear end, power steering, ventilated disc brakes.
And for a 31-year-old car, super, super clean. We just got a shot of that interior there. No flaws. Beautiful car, well preserved.
Yes, sir.
There was a picture of one that ended up at a Cars and Coffee, I think, last week that had a little over 200,000 miles on it. I don't know if you guys saw it, just completely crusty and roach, and yet you felt so proud that someone loved that car to drive it that much. They needed a badge of honor.
Yeah,
that was impressive.
Get my respect.
I've told you, I've mentioned this story a couple times over the years, but a number of years ago, At Bloomington Gold, a couple showed up with a 63 split window that had 500,000 miles on it. No kidding.
Yeah.
And it had a tow hitch on the back. That was their daily driver, and they traveled all over the country. And the crowd around that car, do you remember that, Bill?
That car is well known in the Corvette community, and wherever it shows up, the people are 3 deep just to see it.
Yep. I think I met those people on the Hot Rod Power Tour.
You may have.
Could have.
Yeah. How funny.
44 here. Where does that, and that's the sale price, where does that fall and what you thought?
That's higher than what they normally trade for with more mileage on it.
Right.
You know?
Okay. So there you go, $44,000. Time for another C1 Corvette, the unmistakable features of the 1958 Corvette Roadster.
Modified for sure, LS3 in there, 400 horse. I'm sorry, LS3's 430 horse. Automatic transmission, 4-wheel disc brakes. They didn't come into the Corvette till 1965. Mustang 2 front end. Interesting that they would put that in this car, but I have a feeling that front end is going into that car that makes a better home for the LS3. Got coil-over shocks as well, digital gauges, and the aluminum radiator, which we see, which really solves a lot of the cooling problems on some of these cars that have had upgraded engines put into them.
And get a load of that taillight. First year for that taillight design, and just so improved the rear end of the C1 Corvette. Just timeless. They got it right. So perfect. I think that showed up until they went to the squareback Corvettes in '61.
5-spoke mags, period look, black wall tires, no raised white letters. Bringing the money.
$55,000. Anybody else? Last call, 55,000. You have 52 bid.
I need 55 to me.
Well, we don't even have that.
You know,
Hey,
you did.
hey.
Yeah.
What if we do 50 to you?
52.
What you got? Yeah, online. 50 to you.
50 to me.
You good with that?
Let it go.
He's good.
Reserve is off. 52. Internet, yes, so 53,000 a bid. 52. Individual 53.
You know, there was a
Car
time
52,
when it would be
53,000
considered
bid.
sacrilege
52,
to do an engine swap
Oh.
on a C1 Corvette.
Yes.
You're going to do what? Are you
53,000
kidding
a bid.
me?
53,000.
Yeah, you'd have been shunned.
52.
But no more. Anything goes.
And in this case, this one is going out the door for $52,000. We will continue the second half of today's show in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to our live coverage from Indianapolis, the Indy Fall Special here on ESPN Plus. Man, I hope you folks at home are having as much fun with these cars as we are. This is a blast.
This is good.
Here's a '66 Mustang convertible, another 289 equipped Mustang.
Yeah, you had me with the red paint and the style steel wheels. And yeah, the white wall tires, I gotta admit, they look pretty darn good with those wheels. 289, the 4-barrel carburetor means it's an A-code C4 3-speed automatic. Power this, power that. They put an aluminum radiator in there too, and we talk about that all the time. And that's the best guarantee you have to avoid overheating if you drive the car in the hot weather months or traffic.
Actually, newsflash, this is a T code. This was born with a 6-cylinder, and they've transplanted that 289. Yeah.
Okay.
Very cool. All right, so we move from that to 1990 IROC Z Camaro.
Yeah, this was the swan song for the IROC Z. The convertibles didn't sell a lot of them, not a million out there. Odometer reads just over 26,000 miles. You get a couple of different V8s in this, a 230 horsepower, 2-port injection, or a 245. And it's got the black on the outside, gray cloth inside, and air conditioning.
If you're a Gen Zer like me, and you used to love to blast Rat and Poison, Bon Jovi,
oh, yeah.
and you had a mullet, you were most likely driving an IROC convertible.
These cars were chick magnets back in the day.
Big, so was the mullet. So was blasting rat. Look what or poison. Look what the cat dragged in.
I never had a mullet.
Rat out of the cellar.
Oh, jeez. My hair was too curly. I wanted one, but I couldn't have one.
.33, the reserves off.
Yeah, people are appreciating what they're looking at.
I got 34. 35 is my home. One more time. One more time. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
36,007. 7 event George. I'd get a bit of the out again. I'd get a bit of a 700. I'd get a bit of a 7 event. At 600, get a bit of a 700. Get a bit of a 700.
What, you sure?
Get a bit of a 600.
100%.
I'd get a bit of a 37,000.
All done.
36.
Thank you.
Okay, 36. That's not bad.
No, certainly not an embarrassment for sure.
No.
IROC, International Race of Champions. And Ray Evernham has been working on bringing that series back.
Right.
Be cool.
Okay, here is another one of these Ford Torino Cobra fastbacks. This one from 1969. This might be the best of the lot, and we're going to take an actual extra close-up look at this car, I think.
Well, we see up top here, that is the 428 cubic inch big block Ford the Arco C6 3-speed automatic. And you know, when you bring a car to auction like this, people are going to want to see what the underside of it looks like. They're going to look for rust, they're going to look for repairs, they're going to see that on this car, and that answers a lot of questions. Look at how sanitary that is. The drivetrain, the exhaust system, chassis, floor pans, there's another look. So no worries with the underside of this Torino.
That is, I don't know if you mentioned it, numbers matching our code 428.
Yes, sir.
Cobra Jet, yes, sir.
Traction lock rear end. This one has AC. Ram Air. Elite Marty report as well. That will document the provenance of the 69 Torino Cobra. Yeah, this is one of those cars that had Carroll Shelby getting into a turf battle with Ford as they were using the Cobra nomenclature on cars he had nothing to do with.
That's a consigner in the ball cap there with our Clint Hunter. They're right, actually literally right in front of us.
77. All right, we got it at 77.
Reserves off.
They're close. The bid at the top of the screen should be 77, not 36, by the way.
Kyle, close it at 77.
So it's 77,000.
All right, they're giving you an offer, so we have 77. The seller needs 78 to sell the car. Do you want to do 78,000? Car's yours.
That's the Mecum rule going to the phone. 78, and there it is.
Just $1,000.
Boom.
That's all they needed.
Yep, that's an easy call there. Well done to the gentleman on the telephone. Yep, 78, and that will put it in the upper reaches of our top seller list today. Okay, 1966 Chevy C10 pickup truck.
And this one, according to, you know, the modified textbook that we have for a lot of these pickup trucks, you want a frame-off restoration. You'd like a Chevy small block, some of them a little more dressed up than this one, but still. You want to go with vintage air, disc brakes, power steering, aluminum radiator, aftermarket wheels. These are 20 inches. Those are Bose wheels, by the way. We got that retro sound radio in there. And new parts and pieces wherever they needed. And of course that blue, that deep candy blue paint.
Oh, that's Scott Hoke blue.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. The official color of the Scott Hoke Hot Rod Association. I don't think I'd do it any differently than that. That is just the way, if you want a show-winning truck, to build it.
All right, $45,000 is going to be the high bid on that pickup truck. Let's check in with Danielle Trotta, who has found something that we need to be looking at tomorrow. Danielle.
Yes, something new, Scott, a 2025 Corvette convertible. And she's loaded and she's beautiful. Take a look at this. I'll bring it inside first. You got the racing style performance heated steering wheel. This leather is beautiful. You see the two-tone leather here, the 10-speaker Bose audio system. I love the control panel inside too. Very accessible for the driver. And again, this leather is smooth like butter. The new car smell in here, guys, is like heaven. I don't want to get out. But I do want to show you the outside because it's as stunning. Everyone that walks by stops, I think mainly for this color. It's called Seawolf Gray. And you get that high performance package, 495 horsepower V8 engine, the Z51 performance package, which will give you those performance brakes, the exhaust performance system. You've got the high wing spoiler and the convertible, guys, power retractable hardtop. And the best part, maybe, Scott, it's going at no reserve, crossing the block tomorrow.
Hey, Danielle, that's music to our ears. Normally, we don't see that a lot.
You know, if Danielle wants a side hustle,
yes,
she could work at one of those international auto shows up on the turntable, pointing out all the features on the new cars. She's got that down.
Yes.
I tell you what, when you see a car like that, especially when Danielle's showing it off, you really get a different appreciation for them. You know, we've seen these cars, but what that made me think of just then watching Danielle do that is, where do they take the Corvette from here? It's basically intergalactic at this point. Like, it's so far from what it once started as. I don't know how they improve on this because everyone says what a great driving car this is.
Well, they've taken it to crazy levels of horsepower with the next edition that'll be coming out. 1,064, I think the rating is.
Yes, yeah, the new ZR1X.
But as far as design goes, you're absolutely right, Red. I mean, it seems like they've reached the pinnacle, right?
Go back to the front engine.
You think they'll go back to the future?
Back to the future.
Well, as we mentioned, that car is coming up tomorrow on the block right now. We're going to take a look at a 1956 Mercury Montclair. Bill, take us through the details on the car, and then I've got the backstory behind this car for you.
Okay, well, this was restored using all original NOS components. That is so big. Rebuilt 312 Y-block V8 engine, automatic transmission. You see the two-tone paint. A lot of power-operated accessories in this car back in 1956. Not a lot of cars had the power top, power windows, power brakes. So yes, it's got all the right hardware to make this a true collectible.
Well, here's the story. The parents of the consignor bought a 1956 Montclair hardtop new, and then about 2010. The mom decided she wanted a convertible 56 Montclair, and this is the car. And the son spent 7 years restoring this car. Mom and dad passed away last year, and all 4 kids are here today, and they have decided that it's time to sell this one. There they are right there with Jesse Kopp, and they have kept the hardtop since new in the family since 1956.
Well, in terms of visuals, this car could compete with any high-end convertible coming out of Detroit in 56. And I'm talking about Cadillac, I'm talking about Chrysler, even the Packard Caribbean, which you'll remember.
Right.
This automobile, you bought this car back in 56. When you drove home with it, it was the major headline in your neighborhood. Take a look at that Merc.
600, man. Yeah, 600.
And the reserve is off at 55,000. A lot of emotion there with those kids, the Herr family.
Boy, I'll tell you what, another talking point for convertibles, putting the top down when they hit the block.
And it sells for $56,000. Alex McLaughlin, our man, here near the back of the room. And so that chapter for the Mercury in that family comes to an end. 1971 Chevelle on the block coming up, and you see a couple of last-minute pictures there. A little photo op. 71 Chevelle is up next.
Yeah, we just put a set of wheels on this, and that's about it. It's got the little 365 horsepower LS5 in there. No, oh, no, wait. This has a 468 cubic inch 454 that's been bored 60 over. I'm sorry, I forgot.
You are such a tease,
I
man.
know, aren't I? Yeah, this thing is really toting some firepower right here. 468, 4-speed manual, 12-bolt rear end. And other than the aftermarket wheels, nobody would know how much trouble is lurking in the engine bay of that Chevelle.
This one's so clean, guys, taking a walk around that. It's funny how sometimes you think, oh, are these the right wheels for something? These are big, but they are so perfect and fit the size of this car.
Yep.
Man, is it tough.
So many wheel choices these days. We've talked about it. So many wheel companies, and every company has so many different choices that there's no reason why you can't find the perfect wheel for your build. And we see that happen time after time.
60 grand, bought that car, and a bus will follow it up. This is a 1969 VW Type 2 bus. It's a Brazilian built bus, but it's a 23-window Samba replica.
How come Rutledge isn't in there just lounging around?
You know, I was drooling on this one already. The big one that stuck out to me is at first when I saw air conditioning in the front window, because it has those safari windows on the front, I wasn't actually sure if they really meant it. But oh no, this car has been retrofitted with an AC compressor in the back running the lines all the way up to the front, so it's got AC in there. But when you see these, the Brazilian built ones have really been coming over more and more, and you get the kind of cool styling with the split window instead of the bay, because they kept it a little bit longer down there. And you know, those prison bars inside, we call them, the bars that are kind of wrapping the inside of those back windows.
Yep.
It's just so stylish. You know, I've got a 66 double cab pickup at home, and I can tell you what, seeing these come across the block, you get this great appreciation for the color combos and the patterns that you can really make them work on these.
You also get an appreciation for the mechanics in these Volkswagens that did not change for so long, and they're still around here in 2025. That little 1600cc flat 4, they had an internal engine, they had them in the bugs, they had them in the buses, and this has one, and you know, they'll be around for another 100 years.
Here's another one of our 1962 Corvettes.
327, debut year, 4-barrel carburetor, probably the base engine, not a Fuelie, not that 360 horse 327 for sure. 4-speed, they put in some aftermarket air conditioning, and I can't tell you if it's vintage air, because I didn't see the compressor under the hood, but be that as it may be, it's got a Hurst shifter in it, but a lot of originality too. That is a correct Roman red color, white hardtop. I'll assume just for a moment that maybe it has a soft top as well, a 2-top car. Can't be sure on that. And I would say somewhere between here and 60, we may sell this car, but right now we're stuck at 50.
Mark, how about you? Want a bet? Red, white, color combo, $51,000 is all. Not gonna be about one. Not gonna be a bit of a could have been about 51,000. And not gonna be a bit of a could have been about one. Not gonna be a bit of a could have been. Not gonna be a bit of a could have been about. We got 48, now 50. 48's the bid, $50,000. Well, I've got one. You want to get 49? We got 48 bid, $49,000. 48 is the current bid, $49,000. Anybody else? 48 bid, $49,000. Well, we're trying to find out. 5%. Hold on, we got a question. Reserve is hot, 48 bid, $49,000. $49,000 question, 9 hat, 49,000, 50,000.
Working out a few numbers here and there.
Wow, this could be another steal.
You got 50? Where the hell you been? 51. Yeah, $51,000. 51,000. Individual blind. You want it? Not getting any bit of a 51. 9 hat. Sold $50,000. Sold $50,000. Chicken George.
Now offering up $139, 1974.
Well, there it is, $50,000.
Thunderjet.
Glad they got that worked out.
That gentleman done good.
Here's another Ford Torino Cobra, 1970 edition once again.
Yeah, and you know, we saw the 428 in the earlier Cobra Torino. This one has one of 3 429s that were available in 1970. This is the Thunderjet. You had the Cobra Jet and the Super Cobra Jet. C6 automatic, 350 traction lock differential. That's a powertrain that is built to go. Power steering and brakes, discs up front, factory air. Speaking of air, ram air hood. Got the Marty report with it. Original bill of sale and window sticker. Magnum 500 wheels. Yeah, it's a pretty picture with the Wimbledon white, the tan interior.
That matte black hood too helps. I love that look.
Good look.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, this was at a time when Carroll Shelby and Ford, they were in that turf battle. Who owns the Cobra name? Ford said we do, and Shelby said I do, and back and forth it went till they finally buried the hatchet.
Yep. Well, 37,000. That you can write down in your scorebook at home. We will return with more from Indy coming up.
Well, ever since the early 90s, right up until today, the airwaves of New York City has featured the voice of one legendary DJ. What's up, everybody? I'm Chris Jacobs, and today I'm in that DJ's hometown, the Bronx, to find out more about his passion for American muscle. This is the Funkmaster Flex Collection. So let's go around the room. Let's start with this 69 right here.
Originally on the Le Mans Blue.
It is a 396 car.
396 car. I think 350 horse. Well, I put back the interior the way it is. I mean, I changed it to power windows. It's not an original power window car. Not the original transmission. Original rear end, original block.
Lou was telling me that you guys did a real nice swap out to a 502 on this one.
I love the 502 is my favorite crate motor. The 572 is a little bit too much for me. The 427 isn't enough for me. And the 502, it's just, you know, I like it a lot. I still have the original 396 out of this car. I still have the original tranny. That's the original rear end.
So this car was a 396.
396.
Not a 454.
Yeah, I have the build sheet, I have the protector plate, I have the bill of sale for this car.
Awesome.
It's originally on the column.
And that's included in the auction. Like
yeah,
whoever is the winning bidder is going to get that original motor as well.
Absolutely.
So fun hanging out with Funk in the Bronx there, seeing that collection that's going across Kissimmee. Highlight for me, guys, driving around in his 1969 Charger around the Bronx. That was very cool.
Gee, I'm not surprised at that one. Actually, that is coming up in Kissimmee, as you can see, one of 8 collections that are slated for Kissimmee so far. We expect many, many more by the time we get there in January, guys. 1992 Jeep Wrangler on the auction block now. No reserve.
Let's hot rod this. How about a Chevy small block in there? Phytech fuel injection, headers, dual exhaust. Boy, they really did a great job. The restoration on this, a whole nut and bolt total disassembly and reassembly restoration. So everything on this Jeep, nut, bolt, washer, grommet, you name it, disassembled and then carefully put back together again. 410 gears, you can see that big lift on the suspension. 33-inch Goodyear rubber. No reserve, and we're in the mid-teens.
Yeah, best looking YJ customization I've ever seen. This is really nice. The YJs don't usually get this treatment, so it's good to see one of these at such a high level.
And guys, all it's missing, you can get those door panels brand new and repops. It's got tan door panels on it still. Everything else has been changed to gray or black. There's almost an alligator seat there. I just changed those door panels to match, and it's set.
That's up to you. 16. You want 17?
17 pound dollars, sold 16, sold 16 pounds dollar next track.
There we go. 16 grand. Buys the Wrangler. 1992.
Scott, could I give you 556 reasons to love this next car?
Oh, I know where he's going.
Because I would love to. Feast your eyes on the 2013 Cadillac CTS-V Coupe.
I'll take 2 or 3.
Right? Now, I can't lie. I really do love this car, particularly because I have this car in this color, but in the station wagon. Mine is also an automatic. I thought it was a manual when I was chasing it, but that's really for another question. It's got the original black wheels. This one, just over 50,000 miles is showing in there. It's got the kind of two-tone seats in there with the yellow inset. Really fun car, guys, with that LSA supercharged. Bill, you know, it's a screamer of a car. Those are the Recaros in there.
Oh, I thought about buying one of these, Rutledge. I got to tell you, they are just everything you want in a super sedan. Now, these cars changed the image of Cadillac almost overnight. I mean, here's something that could blow the doors off Benzes and BMWs and anything you could name. And you couldn't say that about Cadillac not many years before that. So powerful, and they handle. I mean, they're 5-tool players, let's face it.
And just to be clear, your question, can you give me 556 reasons? That's how many horsepower this car is flaunting.
Oh, supercharged right. 6.2.
That's right. And it's weird that the manual transmission will bring about $10,000 to $12,000 more on average per car if you got that. It was like a $7,000 option we knew, but we had these cars on Top Gear. The Stig drove both, and somehow the automatic was faster. I don't want that to be the truth, but it is. So, what a fun car.
Or computer's always going to beat a human, right?
Fortunately, I think that's true.
Watch F1. $34,000 is going to be your hammer price. 1970 K10 pickup. Now look at this, 4-wheel drive K10.
This is AO, all original. Pretty much, a few little changes, but the restoration, there is certainly no debate about that. It has been comprehensive. That's a short bed, 4-wheel drive truck, 350 is the power plant, automatic transmission, power steering, power disc brakes, air conditioning, and look at the fit and finish. Look at how just perfectly presented that truck is. Beautiful tonneau cover over the bed there. No wrinkles in that. Original wheels, center caps, the blue and the white two-tone. And we're into the $50,000 neighborhood.
Forgot about you either. You want to get 57, sir? Yes or no? 55, 57. Higher David to get 57.
17-inch wheels, little upgrade there. 33-inch tires.
57. I got 56 bid. 57. 57 pound dollar and 56 here. Higher David to get 7.
And retro sound. Gonna be saying that a lot more today, I have a feeling.
A couple more times, and I'm going to call it retro sound o'clock.
But it's so cool though, because you get that radio face that looks original, but you know, you get all of the audio performance of a modern system.
Last call. 57 and a half.
You want 55, do you?
56 is bid. 57.
Hang on.
56, 57. 56, $100, David, get 7 water. Yes, sir.
Mecum roll.
Okay. Internet last call. I'm going to close it at 56,000. Right? But wait, there's more.
You're still working on it.
58 will do it.
Hey, Zach, raise your bid to $58,000. Truck's yours.
Come around 58,
raise your bid.
You got it.
$2 grand, $58,000, sir. You own the truck. $58,000. It's yours. Just do it right quick, sir. You won't feel a thing. 58. Indianapolis should like to see him sell that truck for
Do it quick. You won't feel a thing.
That's it.
58, you own it.
Oh, that's Trev Morvek, world champion auctioneer.
No. It's regular commission.
58. 57 then. Let's ask him.
And a half.
Appreciate it.
Yes or no, sir? Would you get 58?
Well, I think he's at the top of his limit there.
The bid goes on. Up next on the book. Hey, hold up, sir. Just get 57.
I wouldn't shut the book just yet.
Give me 57. Give me $1,000 more. But wait, there's more.
We'll
Give
work
1,000.
on it.
How about that? Sir,
We'll get him to pull the reserve. We'll talk to him. He wants 58 to pull it. Give 57 and we'll talk to him.
I'll ask him for you.
How much is the commission?
It's 10%, like it would be any other
It would
time.
have been regardless.
57.
Yep. 57. What do you think?
Hey, I got bad news. Therefore, 56, reserve is off.
Hey, you're in at 56 and the reserve's off.
Anybody else can bid as well. I've got 56 on that truck.
Well, let's see what happens now.
Yeah, still for sale.
It is. That guy may have just saved him a couple grand. Saved himself a couple grand.
Last call. 56,900. David gets 71 and a half. So, $56,000.
Congratulations, you got a beautiful truck.
Congratulations. Now showing lot F.
Well,
44 and 97.
I'm not sure how I would score that.
I mean, he gets a terrific truck, and
yeah,
he did not pay more than he wanted to. That's
was
the bottom line, right?
Little convoluted kind of trail to get to where we got, but it happened.
All right, that's fun. Okay, 1997, 30th anniversary Camaro Super Sport here.
Back in 1997, Scott, Chris, if somebody said to you in 5 years the Camaro would be discontinued, what would you have thought? What? The Camaro?
Exactly.
It went away, came back, but...
And went away again. But
yeah.
Yes, I remember. What are they thinking?
Yep, but you know what? This was the 30th anniversary of the Camaro that debuted in 1967. This is the 97 anniversary convertible. Less than 1,000 of these were built. 5.7 liter, that ever popular V8. We saw so many of those Chevys. Automatic transmission, the Arctic White with the Hugger Orange. It's got AC, four-wheel disc brakes, and the white alloy wheels. Not gonna sell for now.
Yeah, $23,000.
My Hungarian gypsy grandmother knew the Camaro was going to go away because she reads those tea leaves, and I don't know how she does it, but she knew.
Well, then, how come she can't tell you when the El Camino's coming back?
I've asked her the same thing. She doesn't know.
Okay, here is a 2021 Charger SRT Hellcat Red Eye wide body.
Scott, can I give you 797 reasons why I love this car?
Please do.
Well, say 2021 Dodge Charger Hellcat Red Eye wide body. And this one's been well used. It's got some mileage on it, which might hold the price down. We're at 42 right now, but it's one of only 48 in this finish of cinnamon stick orange, powered, of course, by the 6.2-liter supercharged Hemi V8. And as I said, makes 797 horsepower. And I hope that exhaust note is translating to the broadcast.
Oh, we heard it.
Man, does it sound sweet.
We heard it.
You know what? I'm willing to bet you, Chris, that might make even more than that 797. It's got that aftermarket exhaust system. And with these modern Hemis, you'd be surprised how much horsepower you get just by changing the exhaust out. So that, I say that was a pretty good idea, whoever decided on that.
I was always so tempted by these cars. I mean, Chris bought a beautiful Super Bee, but, you know, it's just that tough line of like, do you need a rocket ship?
Yes.
Can
Yes,
I
you do.
convince my daughters to get in the car with me? Maybe.
Well, I like the little customization they made in the back, too. They smoked out the taillights, which gives it a real kind of sinister look. It looks great with that cinnamon stick finish and also the matte black rally stripes going all the way over the top of the car.
Reserve is off. I got $49,000.
All right, they have met that reserve number at $49,000. So this one's going away.
Yeah, I think good call on that mileage too, Chris. That probably tugged down the action on this car as well.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's very well preserved. I didn't see any flaws on the finish anywhere. So really, I mean, with these cars, you know, under 50,000 miles, really not that big a deal.
No, a lot of life left in it.
Well, fitting, we were just talking about the demise of the Camaro, and then lo and behold, in 2010 it came back, and in 2011 it was pacing the Indy 500.
Yeah, actually, we talked about this before? Was it 2 or 3 years in a row that it got pace car duty at the 500? This is number 48 of 50 festival committee cars. There's a dash plaque on the inside that certifies that for those who are skeptical. Only 2,834 miles on the odometer right now. It's got the L99 V8. That's the 6.2 liter V8 with dual exhaust.
And you are correct. Back in this time period, 09, 2010, and 2011, the Camaro, or the Camaro SS, 3 years in a row is the pace car at the 500. This one in particular is pretty rare because it's one of only 2 that we believe had a 6-speed manual transmission of the pace car fleet that was built for that year.
That is rare. 20-inch polished aluminum wheels. See the headrests on the inside. Probably can't see them from outside, but they have the Indy 500 logo on the headrest. Summit white, Inferno orange. Dover white would have been the name of the color on the 69 pace cars. The Haga orange stripes, so they changed the names up a little bit.
I gotta know, yes or no.
The bid is 38, and in the lower left-hand corner, Jamie McLeod, our man with the headsets on, is on the other end of the line with the consignor on this car.
40, please. 40. Iron even to get it 40. Yeah, absolutely. Sure you will.
All right, reserves off. There we go.
$40,000, 41 you want it. 41. Iron even, yes or no? Iron even to get it 41 pound protocol. 41. So $40,000 trade.
Got it. Thank you.
And
Appreciate it.
40,000 buys that 2011 Camaro pace car. And in case you're wondering, the winner of the 2011 Indy 500, the late, great Dan Weldon.
Yeah, he was great.
What a presence he had, and he was a pretty darn good driver, too.
I was actually watching that race live on TV that day.
I was there.
Can't forget it.
Here is another Type 2 bus, VW, 1974.
And guys, this is where the Brazilian buses really shine, because here in the U.S. in 74, we would have already gone to the later style, the bay window. This is still the split window that they were producing in Brazil. And a beautiful, does that say beware of wife on the dash? Wow.
It does.
Wow, that's a good warning to heat, I guess. But this one, another 23 window style there. It's got the sliding rack top, again with the roof rack. This one does not have air conditioning. They call this new yellow over a Lotus white. I would describe it as almost like a butternut squash color. It's got a hair more orange than you'd think, but beautiful car for sure.
Man, well, you know, the restoration was completed this year, so that is fresh. Yeah, and these Brazilian buses, of course, trade a little bit less than what the German buses trading at, but close your eyes and drive the Brazilian bus, and you can't tell where it was built. I mean, it's a Volkswagen with a little flat 4 and a 4-speed transmission, like they all had.
And the nice thing, Bill, is, you know, the German buses have really held their value and grown over the years. These have really brought it to a different level of collector, and that's kind of nice. It's opened it up a lot.
You got it.
Love it. 39 grand buys the bus. Back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. I am standing in the Dodge booth here in Indy, and if I told you I got a 73 and a 2023 Challenger with me, and I asked you which one was the convertible, well, you'd probably say this one, and you'd be wrong. Yes, this is a hardtop 73 Challenger done up in plum crazy purple, color matched wheels with the poverty caps featuring the frat zog in the center. Man, do I love the look of those. This one's got a 3-speed automatic transmission backing up that 340 that you are taking a look at under the hood right now. And right next to it is the aforementioned convertible that I was talking about. And yes, a 2023 Challenger. Convertible, you say? They didn't make those. Well, they didn't make them at the factory, but they shipped a certain amount of them to Drop Top Customs with Dodge's authorization and turned them into convertibles. This is a jailbreak edition, 6.2-liter supercharged Hemi under the hood, 8-speed automatic transmission backing that one up. And, you know, they look so good with the top down, and in my opinion, look equally good with the top up. So if you want a Dodge authorized convertible, this is the only way to go through Drop Top Customs. And both of these beautiful Challengers will be crossing the block here in Indy tomorrow. Scott?
Chris Jacobs, very good. Thank you, my friend. Don't forget that Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. Boy, they brought the goods to the Dodge booth this weekend, Bill Stevens.
Yeah. Yep. And, you know, Chris did a great job of kind of contrasting both of those cars from old school to new school.
Yeah, well done. All right. Back to the action here at the Coliseum as we investigate what's up on a 2007 Escalade that just sold for $16,000 bucks.
That's amazing. Although, you know, the truck is 18 years old, these were expensive when they were new. These were pricey. And this one for a scandalously low sale price here at Mecum.
All right, here's the 1952 Ford F1.
And this has had the makeover, hadn't it, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
Got a V8 in there, and I see an aluminum radiator popping up there. American Racing wheels, two-tone paint, and very original looking on the outside. Not a lot in the way of body modifications. Of course, the use of color, very clever. The outside matching the inside. Hardwood bed in the back. And take a look at the price of this with no reserve. More than that went into the build for sure. And it's a very classic looking truck as well. It's gonna look that good for a long time to come.
Yeah, $19,000.
A mere pittance.
No problem. (2014) C7 Corvette.
The C7 generation. Here we go. This is the crystal red color and Kalahari interior and the 460 horsepower 6.2-liter V8 providing the power. 6-speed automatic, paddle shifters. One of 513 of the 2014 convertibles finished in this extra cost crystal red that I pointed out. It's got nav, head-up display, heated cool seats, so it's optioned out. Rear view camera, Brembo discs, chrome wheels. Odometer shows just a skosh over 54,000 miles. Pretty Corvette. And fast. And comfortable. That's one of those cars you could drive 500 miles in a day and get out of it and feel factory fresh.
I've been gone 500 miles till the day is done. Remember that?
Till the day is done. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what song.
I know.
Till the day is done. Okay, I'll have to think about that some more.
30,000, no reserve. I like that interesting top contrast with the paint there. That's cool. 2003 Mercedes-Benz SL500 next for us.
Another SL, this one with the 5-liter V8, 302 horsepower. That was that all-purpose V8 engine that went into so many Mercedes. I mean, I'm talking about just about every class of Mercedes, all the way to the MLs, the SUVs. Automatic, navigation, leather interior. You want to talk about a car that was certainly in the high price range when it was new, and now can fit anyone's pocketbook. You're looking at it. And these cars basically were not overdriven in their first life. A lot of people, these were their weekend cars, their, you know, go to the fancy restaurant car or whatever. So they really didn't get big, you know, 6-digit mileage on the odometer, a lot of them.
Well, a 20-plus-year-old car sells for $8,000.
And people would never be able to guess what you just paid for that.
Nope. Unless they're watching us right now.
And then, of course, they're cheating.
Okay, 1992 Dodge Ram 150.
Yeah, the underrepresented Dodge Ram pickups. So outnumbered by the Fords and Chevys, but here we go. V8 powered, 318. It's the four-wheel drive truck. And it's the short cab, not extended, not crew. Here you see the 318. A couple hundred horsepower. Not a big muscular power plant. Power steering, power brakes, and AC. Upgraded the stereo with a Kenwood system. A few other options. Cruise control, tilt steering column. Kind of a loaded truck, actually. And again, selling at no reserve. And in a price range we can all pretty much fall into.
Right. I like how you described it as underrepresented, and that's very true. I mean, Fords and Chevys all day long, but the Dodges not so much.
Right.
Sold $18,000. Next, Macklin.
And no problem with that, 18 grand. Nice pickup truck, very clean. Here is another Ford Torino. This is a GT from 1970 with a 429 Cobra Jet and a 4-speed behind it.
Oh, this one spells danger from bumper to bumper. That 429 has gone through a whole lot of modifications. 450 horsepower, 500 pound-feet of torque. Edelbrock, big time, 850. CFM carburetor and Edelbrock intake and hooker headers. Upgraded ignition, 4-speed manual, as you mentioned, Scott. The clutch has been upgraded to a hydraulic setup. Look at the paint on this Torino after we sneak out of that interior, that blue aftermarket paint. That blue did not come from Dearborn, I guarantee you that. They put subframe connectors underneath there to just help to bolster the bottom, the platform of this Torino. It is built to run. Adjustable front struts, 4-wheel discs, Foose wheels, and it brings over 50 grand.
55 to be exact, at no reserve. My goodness.
Yep.
Here's another car at no reserve. Go to 1965 and find this GTO.
Yes, sir. 1965, second year for the GTO. This one with the 389, the tri-power, that would be 360 horsepower, 4-speed manual. And air conditioning. Those are rally wheels. We'll see them in a second with red line tires. Boy, that's the perfect complement to the rest of the car. And pretty original. Take a look around there. There you go, the rallies with the red line tires. Oh, one of my favorites, that Hearst emblem on the trunk lid.
Yep.
And it's got the splitter exhaust.
At 37, I have 36, and now 7.
Selling at no reserve. A red tri-power 4-speed GTO with red line tires. We need a time machine. I want to go back. I want to go back to those days.
I don't know. 37, 38. I have 37,000. You're going to get $38,000 here. You're going to get 37, 38. $39.
39.
Last minute bid jumping in on the internet for $38,000.
38, 39, 38's the bid, 39.
There's our friend Katie on the internet. And somebody just clicked in the nick of time to buy that GTO.
I just noticed the ride height on that a little lower, I think, than stock. Something's been done to kind of make it a little lower and leaner, huh?
Yeah, I agree. Saw that too. Great great look overhead at our facility here, the Indiana State Fairgrounds. As we continue on ESPN Plus, I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth, high above the red carpet. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, out and about, finding us some good stuff and good stories. How about this 86 customized Jeep Grand Wagoneer, Bill, that's selling in no reserve, 23, now 24,000 bucks.
Rather curious treatment on a Grand Wagoneer, I would say.
Indeed.
Yep. The engine's that 360, that 5.9 liters, we probably know it better as. That Magnum engine, about 240 horsepower. This is a recent frame-off restoration as well. Automatic gearbox, leather interior, lift kit. Unique.
Absolutely. It's stout. This is one of the ones that I decided this morning early before we started. I got to go check this thing out.
Positive.
Those general grabbers, to me, really set it off. Those tires are the first thing you see. And then you go, oh, okay, so it's obviously they took off the wood grain, they they took the chrome grill, painted it black. This thing's tough. It was nicely done. A fun ride for sure.
I agree. Yeah, 27 grand. Somebody just bought it. All right, so next in our collection of automotive art is a 1941 Packard 115 convertible, and if you look at the wheels and tires, you might think there's something cool going on under the hood, and you would be correct.
Yeah, another hot rod Packard. We've had a few today. Light mist blue. That's the color. 500 cube V8, by the way. That's a big boy. Turbo 400 automatic transmission. Independent front suspension, which you didn't get on your 1941 Packard from the factory. Power rack and pinion steering and power front disc brakes. You mentioned the wheels. I'm going to guess that those are Dayton wheels. Now, there was a company that made wire wheels, Dayton Wire Wheels, aftermarket company, and if I am right, that I think is one of the models of wheels that they built.
Okay.
Just kind of pulling that out of thin air.
Yeah, I like that. Also, the Forge Line family.
Forge Line.
That one's the Dayton brand, and that one was cool. I wasn't sure. I had to go see if it had a back seat because that top had very much sort of like a business coupe sort of a style to it, but there's a back seat in there. Guys, just so many beautiful rides today. That one was a great deal.
76 Trans Am has just pulled into place in the middle of the block, the middle of the red carpet here, and we're going to kick this one off at 30 grand, no reserve.
All hail to the Bandit. And we talk about that that movie, Smokey and the Bandit, where they used the Trans Ams. And what they did is they had 1976 Trans Ams, and they married 1977 front ends on them, which is one of those little pieces of trivia from the movies. 400 cube V8, 4-barrel, 4-speed, and all of the Bandit trim and the regalia that makes these cars so special. It sold. Didn't take long.
That was a good deal. A little over 36, I think that one went for.
35 was the number.
Yeah. And with those modern wheels, they look like it could have been year one or something else with the 17 on there. That was a great car. It was a good buy.
Okay, right behind that Trans Am, we find a Z28 from 1985.
Yeah, this was kind of a down year, let's say, for the Z28. You know, you take the Z28 nomenclature and you think about all of the performance that those cars represented in their early years. By 1985, it was a different world. This one with a 305 V8, fuel injected. Couple of hundred horse, maybe not even that much. And yeah, they were more style than performance during this time period. See the interior, all original. Copper metallic's the color with a matching interior.
Bill, I gotta say hats off to the marketing department back then. When I was a kid, I was made to believe that this was just an absolute beast, a monster.
Oh, yes.
You know, there was that one commercial where there was a kid and his brother, they were sitting there, they were trying to guess what car it was based on the sound. His brother's like, you know, an automotive savant. And he's like, okay, what's that? And he goes, oh, it's a Z28. And he's like, yeah, but what color? I was like, I just thought they were so tough. Then I grew up and I was like, oh, they're really slow. They're not.
Yeah.
A 305, you'd think, oh, this is going to be so tough. It's still a cool car. I love that we're seeing so many of these examples come out of the woodwork that are still loved and taken care of. And again, with all of the cool things you can do on the aftermarket, this is a great one to grab. You save up for an LS swap, maybe swap it to a manual. There's nothing you can't do with them.
Right, a good starting point. You got the smoke T-tops on this one as well. Well preserved, and the good news, sold for only $16,000.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay, you know, as always, we are thrilled to be partnering again this year with National Parts Depot. They've been around for a few years, haven't they? Make sure you check their website to find out more about what they do. But in the meantime, we'll check in with Chris Jacobs for today's NPD preview. Chris.
Scott, question for you. What do I love even more than chicken on a rotisserie? How about a restoration? Case in point, this beautifully done 1972 Ford Mustang. You're taking a look at the 302 under the hood. Grabber blue, so beautiful. Over white with a white convertible top, 4-speed manual transmission, and everything done to perfection as indicated by the aforementioned rotisserie. Oh, is this a gorgeous car, and it's getting so much attention down here in the Fall Creek Pavilion. And if you would like to do a restoration to this level, there's only one catalog you have to turn to, and for more than that, I'll hit it over to Bill Stevens.
Yeah, Chris, you know, that catalog, that is so essential for anybody doing a full restoration as they did on that car. And make no mistake, whether it's a Mustang, Camaro, Chevelle, they have so many different catalogs for just about any car that's going to be your next project. I suggest you get one of them right now.
And there's the website once again, nationalpartsdepot.com. And this 1935 Ford sedan delivery is selling at no reserve here in Indy, and a bid currently of 21 grand.
Well, you certainly wouldn't suspect the nickname for this truck based on its appearance, but it's known as the Rust Bucket. No more. It's completely restored. Dr. Mike Werkel and Cedric Blazer of Zenith Cutter Company have done that restoration to a T. And it is flawless.
And it has found a new home. 1930 Roadster delivery pickup for the other end of the spectrum.
And it's a Chevy.
Yes.
Which, again, falls into that category of rarely represented on the Mecum block, a Chevy Roadster delivery pickup. Again, comprehensive restoration, the inline 6-cylinder engine you got a quick look at, 3-speed manual. Every single aspect of this Chevy Roadster delivery pickup been brought back to original. A long, painstaking restoration. Labor intensive. Look at the tri-color finish on there, the gold accents, the red and the black, side-mounted spare.
Oh.
And not a lot of money.
You would get 16, you would get 17. I have 16,000. You would get $500 internet. 16,500. $16,500 bid. You would get 5 bid. You would get 5 here. You would get 15,500 is the bid.
We've seen the Ford Roadster pickups come across and what they trade for, and that goes a little bit up market from where this one is.
Right.
So, $16,500.
Yeah, well said. And 16,500. So
167.1 from the father.
That's the mark on this Chevy, 1930. All right, our next arrival is going to be a 1970 Dodge Charger, and here it comes.
Oh, this has had some work done to it as well. Power plant's a 440 wedge. 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed manual transmission. Boy, that's a good start. It's got a short grip, 355 rear end, 4-wheel disc brakes, AC. Let's not forget what else has been done to the power plant. Doug's headers, stainless MagnaFlow exhaust, great detailing, excellent paint, good wheel choice.
Yeah, those year ones, those 17s, it's just the little details that sometimes can really push these cars over the top. I had my 70 Charger, had a custom MagnaFlow exhaust on it, just like this one. There's just something tough about it. You know, the way this one was done in a very monochromatic way, I think really works on it. You still had the chrome trim around the windows, door handles, stuff like that. But that's a sleek car for sure.
Yep. You know, the Flowmaster exhaust and the Borla and those aftermarket exhausts, you not only hear them, you feel them.
All right, that one's heading out of here, and we'll end up in a new garage before you know it. Back in a moment. We keep it rolling here in Indy at the 2025 Fall Special with the 69 C10. Reserve off here, Bill Stevens, $48K.
Yeah, really like that color scheme. Light green, almost a turquoise look, chrome, aftermarket wheels, US mags, and a Gen 4 5.3 liter V8 provides the power, roller cam, some other little goodies as well, and away we go at $48K.
Right behind that pickup truck, one of the coolest little cars we have here. I got a chance to look around on this one the other day. A little 74 Alfa Romeo GTV coupe.
These cars were road racing devils, I will tell you, way back when. Yes, sir. The GTV, you know, only about 130 horsepower from the factory, but when these things are set up to race, I mean, they can handle, they can brake, they can accelerate with other cars in their class. 5-speed manual transmission, complete repaint by Audubon Auto Body out in Costa Mesa, California. A lot of rebuilding done on this to bring this restoration to this level. The GTV, I remember watching these things road race at Lime Rock Park when I was a kid, and boy, they could scoot. There was a gentleman by the name of Horst Vetch, I believe was his name. It was just an unbeatable road racer up in the New England area back in the day, and it was in one of these cars.
So, 43,000.
There you go, 43 buys it.
Wouldn't mind having it.
Very cool. All right, 66 Dodge Charger right behind that Alfa Romeo. CJ?
Yeah, the introduction of the Dodge Charger, 1966, first year, based on the Coronet platform, and a very unique design that only lasted 2 years with a super swoopy roofline. And you're seeing the 383 under the hood right now, backed up by a Torque Flight 727 transmission. This one's winking at us. It's got the hideaway headlights. One of them is flashing its eyeball right there. Those are operated by an electric motor, so maybe just a blown fuse or something happening there. Easy fix. Really good looking car, and the best part about it is the rear glass is in perfect condition, because if you're gonna do a restoration of one of these 66 or 67s, that rear glass is the hardest part to find.
Yep. That's a big deal. Bid goes on that Charger, $27,000. Well, here's a 2016 Mini Cooper S for us.
Yes, it's kind of vibing the original Mini Cooper that we all remember, that legendary sports car. And then when they reintroduced this car, there were people who loved it and people that didn't think it kind of stuck to the original formula enough. And so you had the house divided. But they have endured. They're still out there. This with the turbo 2-liter inline 4 with the automatic transmission. Of course, manuals available too. Convertible top is power operated. And, you know, all of the options and all of the features in this car you never would have dreamed of in the original ones. Heated front seats, dual zone climate control and nav and Harman Kardon sound. It says factory air conditioning. Got everything. This is optioned right out.
When you see what you can do with one of these, the add-ons that are out there, especially the John Cooper Works editions, they are just really fun cars and have definitely come down a lot in price.
I got to know. 95. Yes.
What do you have?
95.
95. You're out. 10. 95.
Thanks, Dad.
Internet, you're out as well. You want to get 10. 9,500.
Smile. You're on TV.
Well, alrighty then. 95, $10,000 bid. Anybody get 10,000?
We're going to have another sub $10,000 car?
Yeah, I can't sell it to you, George, for $9,500. I can sell it to you for $11,000. I can sell it to you for $11,000.
$11,000, you drive it home.
You give 11, I can sell it.
11,000.
And I really want to sell it. Would you give 11?
That's the Mecum rule.
Give me 10.5.
At least raise your bid a little bit. Give 10, and I'll ask him.
Give me 10.
10,000. That's going to sound pretty good to him anyway. I guarantee it. Give $10,000. You raise your bid to 10.
10 I got.
Okay. Hey, they'll give $10,000. And he said, good. Reserve is off.
Reserve's off.
10, 11.
All right. Go.
10,000, 11. So,
well, not less than 10, right on it. How about that?
Right on it. I love the horse trading.
Dodge Coronet RT. Recent 5-year, $50,000 restoration.
What do we say?
Okay, 10 grand buys that little Mini Cooper S, and another bit of Mopar rolling art here. 1967 Dodge Coronet RT.
Ooh.
Who is right?
Oh, look at the profile of that car.
I mean, profile, rear, front, top, bottom, every angle of this 67 Coronet RT is automotive perfection, in my opinion. Just absolutely gorgeous. Got a 440 under the hood right here. Again, that 727 torque flight automatic transmission. And Bill, I mean, they perfected it with this design.
Well, you know why we're oohing and eyeing so much? This is a result of a 5-year, $50,000 restoration. That is money well spent when the results look like this. Saw the blue metallic outside, the black interior. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
probably one of the best ones we've seen.
Second year of the Coronet, distinguishable by its grille. This one flushed and full across. The 66s had the split in the grille. But man, look at all of those lines. And does this finish show them off under these lights too? Wow, what a car.
So, 29.
Talk about well bought, 29 grand after a $50,000 restoration. Let's go.
Man, oh man. Fantastic car to wind up a segment on. We'll be back with more in a moment. Stay with us. While we have an opportunity before we get back to the cars, I want to remind you that 303 products are here to safeguard your cars from nature's absolute worst that it could throw at it. Keep the cars looking like new. All of their formulas go through a lot of internal testing, field testing. You can trust that they will hold up under pressure. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. That's the website. 303 proven to protect. On the block right now, we're looking at an 02 911 Carrera 4 Cabriolet that is kind of sitting on $20,000 at the moment.
You know, technologically, these cars were such an advancement for Porsche, the first era of the water-cooled, but it's just those headlights. People can't get around those fried egg headlights. But I'm thinking they'll eventually start creeping up. They have to.
Oh, they have to.
One segment of the 911 market that has just been stagnated.
Hey, my opinion, my thought on all that is it's still a 911.
Amen.
All right, 20,000, the high bid. You want to split it? Its bid goes on car.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
I'll drive it on days that end in Y.
Oh, yeah, no thank you. No thank you. All right, 65 Mustang next.
Quite a story behind this one. Not so much the power plants, the C code, 200 horse, 289. The color's twilight turquoise. However, the Alexander brothers, those great customizers for years out of the Detroit area, designed the rear grille conversion for the taillights, and purportedly previously owned by and customized for the mother of the Alexander brothers. How about that? Larry Alexander Jr. recognized his grandmother's car, the 2023 Greenfield Village Motor Muster in Dearborn, Michigan. Greenfield Village, of course, that complex out near the Ford plant that's got all of that retro, all of that historical memorabilia there. And he noticed, Larry Jr. noticed the slight customizations and recognized that as being the work of the Alexander brothers, his parents, his dad, and anyway, we don't normally see a car that has that kind of background, and this one does.
Yeah, we just saw an Alexander car at the Larry's Legacy collection in Chicago. They designed that 68 Dart concept car.
You have pointed out a very cogent thing, because that is quite an important car that they did in that collection.
Okay, 1967 FJ40 Land Cruiser from Toyota. Rutledge, you're over there. What do you think?
This thing's beautiful. I went and checked it out earlier. This is the spring green color. This has had a full restoration on it. You really see a lot of attention and detail inside. You've got these beautiful orange seats. You can see the top's been redone. But when you take a look down here and you look at the frame rails, I mean, this thing is just gorgeous. How much time and effort they put into it. It's the original 3-speed. You know, this is a really solid setup that can honestly go almost anywhere around the world. I've had a couple FJ40s. I still own an FJ60. This thing is gorgeous. What a beautiful ride.
So they brought the FJ Cruiser back for a while. Did you ever have one of those?
I always wanted one. I've still watched for them, but they have held their value so well, it's unbelievable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just such a solid setup, because really it feels like a Tacoma underneath it. You know, you get that Toyota reliability, but the Trail Teams edition of those in the later years, oh my gosh, they're so stout.
Yeah, we don't get many though, do we, Scott? The newer FJ
No, not very many at all, actually.
Okay, we're going to close bid, 26,000 close bid.
Okay, check the color combination on that FJ40, right? High bid, $26,000. Now, check the color on this 54 Delray wagon. What are the odds? Pretty
Beautiful.
close, huh?
Beautiful, right?
Yeah, that was a solid paint job on the FJ. This is a metallic.
Yeah, but the cream colored top on the
cream color
greeny
top.
bottom.
Yeah. Yep. I see the connection. Yeah. Yeah, this is, this is a car we don't normally see when we're talking about rare cars. How about a 54 Chevy Delray wagon? Delray, the forgotten trim level. Not the Biscayne, of course not the Impala. That didn't come until years later. Yeah, the Delray. Yep. Inline 6, 225, cubic inch, column shifted 3-speed. Got the surfboard on the roof rack. And mag wheels, 5 spokers. Could be American Racing deals. Still has the original 6-volt electrical system.
Chris, you could take this one up with the surfboards to Zuma Beach, right?
Absolutely, a little jaunt up PCH, and we're there.
This is a clean car, guys. That's a nice little setup. Again, great cars for the money. We've seen a lot of variety today and a ton of value.
Yeah, again, this is going to be mid-20s maybe. I would say the reserve is, there it is.
26. That is the bid.
That little 6-cylinder in there, that's practically indestructible. That engine will just go and go and go. Oil change, a little tune-up every now and then, and lasts forever.
Well, they sold it for $26,000.
Tune-up. A lot of people in the modern era don't even know what the heck that means anymore.
Yeah, very true.
Plugs, points,
Did you say tuna, like tuna sandwich?
No, you see, that's what I mean.
You're welcome.
Yes, you are correct. What does that mean? What do we got to do that for?
Yeah, points? What?
It's like stuff that the kids get on there. I don't want any more points on my driver's license, right?
Yeah, that's what they'll think.
Okay, let's take a moment, pause here on the block, send it over to Danielle Trotta.
Yeah, Scott, I have a question for everyone at home watching us or streaming on the phone, going to and fro on this Friday afternoon. If I asked you to show me a picture of your favorite car, could you find one scrolling through your phone, or would you have to pull out the old scrapbook? You know, the one with those plastic cellophane pages, and your mom would write the date and the location underneath. She kept it somewhere in a cabinet in the living room or in the dining room in the hutch. Well, I have a feeling that today's Memory Lane, which is when you guys submit your favorite photos of your cars from years gone by, these came out of Mom's photo book because they're kind of in that era. The first submission we got on our Mecum Facebook page is Bo Smith. He said, "This is me and my roommate when we were in college in the mid-'80s with my Monte Carlo." Bo says, "My roommate Ramsey had a flair for the dramatic, as you can tell by his bathing suit. I love a Speedo. And I think Bill Stevens actually has one just like it, but the Monte Carlo is pretty sweet too." The next Memory Lane photo we have today is Timothy Farley. He said, "Here I am hanging out in my Chicago hometown neighborhood in 1974 next to my 1967 Camaro. I'm still burning rubber with it to this day in South Florida." So I love this submission, Timothy, because this one is maybe not even in a scrapbook yet because you're still hanging out with it, cruising around town 51 years later. Glad you're still enjoying that Camaro. I enjoy Memory Lane photos from you guys. Keep submitting them on our Mecum Facebook page. And Bill, I know it's fall, so Speedo season is over, but that one is mighty fine. I like the colors.
I wear a loincloth, just to be clear.
I bet it looks fantastic on you, Bill.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, let's, as quickly as possible, move to a 1970 Challenger TA with a six-pack 340 under the hood, 4-speed transmission to go with it.
I have to say that I am very surprised to see this car going on Friday and not Saturday. This is for sure the top Mopar that I've seen so far at this auction. Everybody has heard of the AAR Cuda, is in love with that car, including myself. Well, this is Dodge's counterpart to that. This is the TA. Same setup, 340 under the hood. This one is backed up by a pistol grip, 4-speed transmission, highly desirable. One of the other very unique features are the side pipes down here just in front of the rear tire. You've got beautiful restoration here. You're looking at the 15-inch rally wheels, the fuel door, the spoiler on the rear. This one's got the vinyl top, the snorkel hood covered in that organosol material. Unbelievable restoration. Such a cool car, and the price is reflecting that so far.
Boy, is it ever.
These, of course, were the homologation for the SCCA series.
Yep, Trans
Same
Am,
as the
TA.
All-American Racers.
Yep.
78 pounds and out of bed down to breathe. Serve heads off. 76 pounds and out of
And there you heard Russ Conklin pull that reserve.
76 pounds, 78 pounds and out of bed down to anybody else. 78.
Yeah, Pontiac fans wanted to take control of the Trans Am nomenclature on those Firebirds. But here we go, the Challenger TA, a direct representation of the Trans American Sedan Series, or just Trans Am.
79 pounds and 80 pounds.
And every Mopar collector loves having either one of these or an AAR Cuda in their collection, or both, if possible both.
Sure.
This one done up in top banana, Dodge color.
Wow.
1 year only.
Nearly 80, but 79 will be enough to buy it. Take it home.
Fantastic car. Wow, love it.
Another Type 2 bus from VW, 1973, has shown up on the block for us.
Yes, sir. Complete restoration completed this year as a 23-window deluxe Samba camper replica. 1500cc flat four, as you might expect, 4-speed transmission. And we've seen a couple of three of these so far today, and no two have been alike. Mr. Wood?
That's right, yeah. Everything's been a little bit different with these, and I think, Bill, that's what kind of makes them so cool. They're all very unique to the prospective owner. This one definitely has those floorboards, the kind of Nerf bars on the outside of both sides of it. It's interesting, you had mentioned earlier, you know, with the 1500 in these, upgrading to the 1600 would make it a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Not more easy to use, but a lot of people, like my pickup has a 1776 in the back with the freeway flyer transmission, so I can run highway speeds. You're not going to get there in a blazing amount of speed, but you can certainly keep up with stuff. They're so cool. I love to see them out here. They look great under the lights.
Yep.
All right, let's move to the 72 Chevelle, which is at the center of the block. You may have heard it rolling into place. The one thing that I would note about this car, according to the consignor, the engine requires 113 octane fuel.
Well, because it's got 11.5 to 1 compression in it, which we do not get in anything anymore. So that is old school engine building right there. That's a 355 cube crate motor with that compression. So we've got pistons in there, and I got to believe they got a roller cam, and they went all the way. Turbo 400 with a stage 2 shift kit and a 3800 RPM stall converter for those rapid starts at that next red light that you're stopped at. Wow.
Bill, at 113 octane, that means every red light is like a $6 light.
Yeah.
Because you can't get out of there.
Well, that's
easily. You gotta put your foot down.
That's why I brought it up. I don't think any consignor ever has put that on the list.
I appreciate that honesty, Chris.
Hey, let me just point out this one very cool feature on the deck lid of this car right here. This is a hand-painted Radfink logo. It Booth's Hot Rod Shop underneath. That is paint right there, and that is beautifully done.
Nice. Okay. Go ahead, Bill.
It's got a 1000 CFM carburetor, too. I wanted to get that in. Yeah.
Oh, there's a look inside the 303 staging lane building here at the Indy Fall Special, Indiana State Fairgrounds. As we roll on with our live coverage today on ESPN Plus, and 2006 Silverado 1500 4x4 up for us.
Another pickup truck. This one with a 6-liter in it. 4-wheel drive, the LT trim package. Crew cab, big cab, short bed. Automatic transmission. And options include a sunroof, nav, leather interior, heated seats, and there you see that big, brawny 6-liter V8 there. This is a gas, not a diesel. And plenty of room in that crew cab. Black paint. No dents, no rust, no scratches, no dings, no dents. And winter's coming, winter weather in a lot of the country. You'll see these all-wheel drive pickup trucks out there.
Oh, no question.
Yeah, here in Indiana, you guys, you get some pretty nasty winter weather up here.
We can. There are some winters that it doesn't snow a whole lot, but I mean, it could dump 15 inches of snow in one evening or one day.
Yeah,
here.
Same with me, New England.
Yep. All right, let's move on and check out a car that we rarely have seen, if ever, on our auction block. It's a 2017 Subaru WRX Premium.
Yeah, man, these things are little bed bugs, man. Oh, do they go. Accelerate, corner, brake. Oh, they're so much fun. Of course, these were pro rally champions for quite a while. Turbo charged 2-liter, flat 4, 6-speed manual, all-wheel drive. WRX has that short throw shifter package in it. And some options, well, heated seats and the sunroof, but it's all about the performance on these. And you can talk more about that, Rob.
Oh, yeah, it is. And it's really about that rally heritage. That's why this color is actually called World Rally Blue. And I had an 04 STI, which is the step up from the WRX. It had that similar wing on the back, which I called the shopping cart handle. There's such fun cars. The balance is great. The biggest problem for a lot of people is they start messing with the tuning, they turn the boost up, and they eat the head gasket. So if you can avoid messing with it, what a great car.
I think $14,000 bought it, and so 2009 Audi S4 convertible selling at no reserve is right behind the Subi.
Wow, this looks like it's never been driven. Wow, huh? 340 horse V8, 4.2 liter with an automatic, and this is Quattro. This will hug. Plenty of options, plenty of eyeball.
And great cars. You know, the real kicker for these is the little plastic timing chain guides that have to be done about 100,000 miles. And that seems to be the line between sometimes when one is priced $3,000 higher or less is kind of, you know, what the overall service ends up being. What a fun car, though.
You know what? That's like my Jag, my XK8 has the 4 liter, the cam sprockets in there.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, if they go while you're driving, that engine is going to make some very bad noises.
That's for sure.
$9,000 for that Audi. And a 98 GMC Sierra right behind it, a $1,500 with that C71 off-road package.
Yeah, another original truck here. No modifications to speak of. Short bed and the extended cab with a 3rd door configuration. 5 liter V8, automatic, AC, and you know, all the options you'd expect to find in a new car. Tilt wheel, cruise, power windows, locks and mirrors. The odometer reads about 74,000 miles. It's been well cared for, if its appearance tells you anything.
These trucks have really held a special place in a lot of people's hearts. I think so many, you know, people's grandfathers or dads had them, that's really upped, I think, the collectability of them over the years. Plus, kind of anything you could use on these or want to add, whether it's a piece of weather stripping, a dash piece or whatever, they're almost all made on the aftermarket. So it makes it a lot easier to get them to work on them, restore them. But that's a super clean example.
You know, it's amazing to think it's a 27-year-old truck, and the inside of the bed isn't even scratched. This has had a charmed life.
Okay, $14,000 will buy that 98 GMC Sierra. Wow, what a super clean 2019 Rubicon this is. The Jeep Wrangler Rubicon, their top trim level. You can tell by the red trim, the red tow hooks.
Yeah, as the Jeep people call them, the Ruby.
Yeah, exactly.
3.6 liter V6. Very, very ubiquitous power plant in the Jeeps. 8-speed automatic, 4-wheel drive.
There you see the red dash trim. Unique to the Ruby, steel bumpers, also big wheels, tires. That's an easy add-on. Side steps as well. Yep, lift.
And jacked it up.
It's riding on 35-inch tall tires. They're 12.5 inches wide. That's a pretty solid setup for that one. You notice it doesn't seem oversized or undersized,
right?
Which is really important. But having been on the Rubicon Trail before, and our support team was driving Jeep Rubicons, 37-inch tires seem to be the magic thing for the Rubicon Trail. It just was the perfect amount of tire to cruise over almost anything.
Interesting that this one has had some very, very subtle, tasteful modifications. A lot of times you'll see, you know, the Jeep, we talked about this before, the Jeep people just go crazy with their stuff. But this one's pretty tame, all things considered, I think.
And no ducks on the dash, which was my favorite part.
No ducks.
What a confusing, interesting part of the car world, you know?
Oh, yeah. You come out from the restaurant or the mall and you see a duck on your door handle. And
there you go.
And how many of them go in the dash and how many of them end up in the center console? Right?
Yeah. I mean, if you thought the intensity of Girl Scout cookies being sold outside of the grocery store is one thing, the ducks for Jeeps has got to be a whole new level.
That is a thing. Okay, Toyota Tundra SR5 from 2018 next. Man, this is puffed out.
Oh, this is a pretty brawny truck. The 381 horse, 5.7 liter I-Force V8 here with a 6-speed automatic. This has the towing package as well with 4-wheel drive. Off-road package, TRD, Toyota Racing Division, Bilstein shocks. Yeah, everything you want in this one. Power driver's seat, dual zone climate.
And this is another truck. When we talked about those Toyota FJ Cruisers before, I daily drive a Tundra. They really have held their value, you know, over time. A lot better than a lot of the other trucks that are close to it. They just are so reliable.
And you know, when these came out, people were skeptical whether they could go head-to-head with Fords and Chevys. Toyota's building a pickup truck, a full-size pickup. Come on, man, we're not going to buy one of those. We want to go American, and look what's happened. These trucks are even superior in some ways to the other brands.
Absolutely.
Olds 442 convertible, 1972, everyone. Sebring yellow, black interior.
Yeah, the whole horsepower thing was winding down by 1972, as we all know. We've talked about it a million times. Even the horsepower ratings changed in 72. We know now that, you know, rather than measure the horsepower at the flywheel, they were measuring it with all of the accessories hooked up, basically what the rear wheel horsepower was. This one with the Hurst dual gate shifter with the automatic transmission. That 350 cubic inch V8. Just 2 years earlier, you had the 455 with 370 horse in the W30. So, yep, the muscle car era certainly was in decline. Emissions, soon everything was running on, you know, unleaded fuel. And I'm making myself sad here. Will somebody please tell me to shut up?
36, 37, 36 down, 37 pound pass, 37 pound down, they're going to do 36, 7.
The bid at $36,000.
Still great looking cars, though.
36 down.
They maintained that style until 73, and the Colonnade body styles came in on those GM intermediates, but never an ugly line on these cars.
36 pounds a dollar. So 36 pounds.
Well, there you go. 36 will buy the 442. And when we come back, we will launch our final hour with you today from Indianapolis here on ESPN Plus, just ahead after the break.
Still an hour left in our coverage today. It's the Mecum Indy Fall Special. Come on back tomorrow for our final day. We're kicking things off at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, live on ESPN Plus. We hope you join us then. Just like today, a lot of variety crossing the block. Kind of like this. Have you ever seen a carriage cross the block in your Mecum days? Or just in general? I don't know that I have outside of a children's storybook or a movie, but I'm digging it. I mean, this, Bill and Scott, I have to say, feels very on brand. Like I could, me and Princess Kate, like I could get used to this life. I don't even need a horse.
Well, you know what?
This thing's electric, Scott.
Oh, it's electric?
It's amazing.
Oh, well, that shoots my idea. I was going to say the four of us guys grab a harness or something and go out and pull you around the fairgrounds.
If you would like, yes.
Guys, did you notice that pro wave she just gave? That was elbow, wrist, wrist.
Yeah. Homecoming queen.
Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah. There's been
It's crossing the block tomorrow, guys, so somebody can bring it home.
She's been practicing that.
You can tell.
For a while. Yeah. We'll just leave it there. Thank you, Danielle. Yeah, that's definitely unique. And 77 Silverado is bidding at sub $10,000, and it's going to sell there, or it's going to end up there, I should say, at $7,000. The bid goes on.
Yeah, and I don't question why that didn't sell, because it's probably $7,000 in the motor alone. It's a blueprinted 350. That's 60 over with aluminum heads and intake. So yeah, we're going to need a little bit more to make that sale.
All right, in the meantime, 2012 Continental GT Coupe for Bentley. Hey, Rutledge, give me 567 reasons why we should love this car.
Oh, you got that many horsepowers under the hood?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I tell you what, it's the looks of these, Bill, that really get me. This one has a red and white interior. just a real cool vibe to this one. You know, timeless cars.
Timeless, boy, you nailed it, because the style of this car changed for like never until recently. Now the newer ones, definitely, they've refreshed them somewhat, but you cannot guess what year these Bentley Continentals are just by looking at them, and the style is so eternal, and so is the engine with 567 horsepower. That's that W12 engine, 6 liters, and the automatic transmission is paddle shifted, leather interior, all the luxury that you could ever want, so lavish. It's got the adaptive cruise control as well, and the seats, they have a massage function, premium sound, and a car that's stickered for over $200,000 13 years ago, and we are struggling to make it to 50, and we won't get there.
Yep. Gonna wind up short, so it is a bid goes on candidate. And next up, from 1940, a Mercury 8 four-door sedan.
Yeah, you remember earlier we had a 2-door Ford TU-DOR. This is the 4-door in a Mercury, but Ford had them too, FORDOR. All right? This one's got the flathead in it, the 239 cube flathead, about 100, 110 horse, somewhere in there. 3-speed manual, and all original. Refreshed here and there. Some restoration obviously necessary to bring a car like this to the condition it's in right now. They've added a cassette stereo in there. It's a California car originally. Not big differences between the Mercury and the Ford back in 1940.
Well, you want a bargain car? Classic, there you go.
Yes.
$7,000 bid.
Yes, you can add this again to our list of very affordable collectible cars. And this is a collectible car, 1940, Ford or Merc.
Interesting grill there, kind of half above and below the belt line. And that time period when those big waterfall grills were starting to shorten and widen a little bit, and the technology was kind of necessitating that.
Right, they debuted this basic style in 1939, carried it over to 1940, and how about those big, tidy, whitey white walls there, huh? They just kind of jump out at you.
Card, $10,500.
$10,500. $10,500. Love it. Well, before the year before, the Tri-5 Chevys was this 1954 Bel Air.
Yeah, and this was the top trim level. This was the real showgirl for Chevrolet back in 1954. It's got the 235 cubic inch, 155 horsepower Blue Flame 6. If that sounds familiar, well, that's what they were putting in the Corvette. It's all restored in original combination here of the Pueblo tan, shoreline beige, and the orange and beige interior.
It's wild when you think about that engine being the same engine that was in the Corvette, being the same engine that was in the 54 Chevy pickup.
Yes.
I mean, there's a reason you talked about earlier. You know, they're pretty indestructible. You keep good oil in them.
Yep.
But boy, using them across all of the platforms like that, brilliant.
Yeah, you're so right. Of course, the Corvette, that was kind of like an off-the-shelf car. They did not want to spend $1 zillion on that 53 Corvette, so the natural inclination was to take a motor off the shelf, which they did. And, of course, it was short-lived. By 1955, the V8 had taken over in the back.
18 is what we have bid. 18 is what we have bid. That's not doing us any good,
18,000
though.
is the bid. Jesse Kopp there with the consignor.
6-volt electrics in these cars too. The 12-volt came in at 55, which is why these cars aren't really that popular with hot rodders unless they want to convert them over to the 12-volt systems.
Guys, the money that was spent on this restoration, I cannot imagine how much it must have been to get it back to this just gorgeous showroom finish, and the reserve is off. Wow.
Yeah. So this is selling, what, 3 times more than the 40 Merc did? Or somewhere in that area. And you know, you're right about the restoration, Rut, because a good paint job these days, 20, 25, 30,000. It's not like it used to be.
That Merc, I think, brought 10.5. So
10.5,
just
that's
about
right. Double.
Not quite double.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but in broadcasting class, they never said math was going to be a part of this, right?
Yeah, because I wouldn't be in the business if that were the case.
Amen. All right, here's a Corvette, 1970. We've already talked about the growing up issues of the Stingray from 68 on to 70 and beyond.
Well, remember back in 1970, if you wanted to, you could get a real muscle Corvette. You almost got a 460 horsepower 454, but that got pulled at the last minute. They didn't put it into production. This is at the opposite end of the spectrum. If you wanted the most conservative Corvette in 1970, well, you see the automatic transmission shifter.
Yes.
This has the 350, 300 horsepower base engine with the automatic. T-tops as they all had, except the convertibles back in 1970. Power steering and power brakes. Monza red, a red interior, but you know, this was the Corvette for somebody that, you know, was not interested in being, you know, the Boulevard King. Just wanted a Corvette for the style.
Yep.
And it had a reasonable amount of performance as well, but you can't really complain about the lines of the C3 Corvettes.
He has 30.
31. You want to sell it?
Same owner since 1997. Wow. They pampered that
That's what we have, 31 grand. No? No. You know what? What if I do it for 6% for you?
31 bid. Anything else? $32,000?
Nah, better not.
You said no.
Why not?
We're giving right now.
Because it's about 10 grand, I think, less than it's worth, I believe.
Close it at 31,000. Close it at 31,000.
What's it take to buy it?
31,000.
You want 29 that?
No, that's just not going to work.
Okay.
Hope this one does better.
All right.
All right.
What do you got to have in your pocket?
Kirk Delzell with the consignor there, and they are still trying to work it out. In the meantime, we'll let that one go at 31,000 and take a look at a 2010 Camaro.
Yeah, this is all about the color. One of 2,425 Synergy special editions of the Camaro produced. And this was inspired by the Camaro Synergy concept from the 2009 SEMA show. The engine right there is a 3.6 liter, 304 horsepower V6, but like I say, it's all about the paint job. Synergy Green was only offered on the 2010 to 2012 Camaros with a special edition package, and only offered 2010 on the 1LT Camaros. So it's quite a history just behind the paint job alone. 6-speed manual transmission as well, which probably is a very rare combination, the 3.6 V6 and a 6-speed. And it's coming up short.
A little bit. 30 grand is the number at which we will leave that car. You know, and we've talked about this before, but the Corvette has paced the Indy 500 on many occasions, but it's hard to believe that it took them until 1978 to make that happen. Don't know why.
Somebody was mad with Harley Earl, or some grudges going on that we don't know about, but you're right, 1978. Amazing. And back in 1978, you could get 3 different liveries of the Corvette. You get the Silver Anniversary, the Pace Car, and the Standard Corvette. But you know what? The value of these cars is directly proportional, well, to the L82 if it's got the optional 350 and the 4-speed. But the mileage, the odometer on this car reads just a little over 2,000 miles. And it's got the base L48 and the automatic turbo 350. So this is trading at a premium over what they normally will sell for when they have a lot more mileage on it. It's almost like the 2005, 2006 Ford GTs. You want to know what they're worth?
Sure.
Look at the odometer.
I suppose if they tried to pace the race with a 1953 Corvette, like half the field would stall waiting on that car.
Have to mount a cruise missile on it to be able to do that.
Yeah.
39.
And reserve's still not off yet, Bill.
I know, and like I say, 2,000 miles on the odometer spells strong bidding.
I got $39,000, sir, and he's done. Do you want to sell your car?
41. The
There
reserve's
it
off.
is.
It's gonna
Reserve's
sell.
off.
41. One more time.
We've seen these go 20, 22,000.
Sure.
Somewhere around there. The cars that have been driven.
Hey,
Wow.
are you interested in the other?
Wow, $40,000
Yeah.
buys that 78 pace car. That's a beauty. Always one of our favorite paint schemes, and with the livery and everything.
All the
and
way.
The low mileage. That's what's driving this one.
Yep.
All right, Flex, now we're getting into my zone right here.
Yes.
Couple of 69 Mopars. You got one Plymouth, one Dodge. Let's start with the GTX. I love the fact that it is the factory color. I checked out the VIN before you got here. And as is, this car is perfect. Matching numbers, L code 440, 727 torque flight trans.
I loved it. Loved it on site. I drove it a little bit. Now, the manual steering kept me from driving it a lot.
Now, another real deal Mopar, this 69 Dodge Charger.
Yes.
Again, factory color. The
XS Vent coat.
Yeah.
Original motor in here. Original tranny in here.
Put the Kragers on there with the spinners.
Yeah, I kept the
cool.
Kragers.
Yeah.
You know, that's a super old school Bronx thing, just by the way. Krager wheels. Super old school Bronx.
Krager SS's, man. I mean, you have two fantastic examples of 69 Mopar, one Plymouth, one Dodge right here. So they are great bookends.
I came in as a Chevy guy, but I'm a Mopar guy now. Like, I'm really like the,
Welcome. Welcome.
Quite a collection of cars. Thank you, Chris Jacobs. Do we call him Mr. Flex?
Well, I don't know, but if I were there, I'd say, hey, Flex, we're kicking some tasty flow and getting some bad flavor, yo. That's what I would say.
Pretty good.
Thanks.
It's pretty good. Well, anyway, his collection of cars coming to Kissimmee in January. And, man, that sounds like a long way off, but it'll be here like tomorrow.
Yep.
2019 BMW M850i X-Drive convertible, Bill.
Ooh, this is style and performance and money, money, money. When it was new, the MSRP way north. And again, one of those European, especially German, exotic cars that the depreciation curve works in the favor of those that always wanted to own one but couldn't afford one. This has the twin turbo 4.4 V8 with 523 horsepower. 8-speed automatic. This is the X-Drive. That's all-wheel drive. Some other extras. Sport exhaust, adaptive LED headlights, heated seats as you might expect, Harman Kardon sound, all the gingerbread. And right now at $40,000.
The interesting thing about a car like this, if you can get the right deal on it, there is so much performance in the car, Bill, as you mentioned. Really, it feels like a much faster, much sportier car than they're kind of trying to sell it as. And I just think, man, rocket ship for a bargain price.
Mash that throttle and you'll praise German engineering.
Nice job. Nice job. Congratulations.
Achtung. It'll get your Achtung.
Schnell.
All right, 40 grand buys that 2019 BMW. Look at the next car, guys. My goodness. What a piece this is.
Yeah.
1955 Bel Air.
This is what everybody was doing to their 55 Chevy in the hot rod circles back in the 1960s when, Chevy built a skillion of these cars. Every salvage yard, every used car lot. everywhere you look, you could find a 55 Chevy, and you take it, and a lot of the guys would wind up with a custom looking a lot like this. This has a 350 in it with Hooker ceramic coated headers, stainless steel exhaust with Flowmasters, Edelbrock intake, Borg Warner 4-speed manual transmission. There you go, with a bench seat. The only thing missing that I remember all my buddies doing back then would have been a Sun Super tachometer, either up on the dash or on the steering column. Great paint job on it. Conservative wheel treatment, 15-inch rally wheels, and raised oil leather tires.
Did you see how clean that engine room was?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep. A lot of time spent to present this car today.
Yeah, 65,000 is going to be well under the money here. So the bid goes on.
Yep.
And I want you guys to listen up here.
Oh, the hills are alive with the sound of music.
Allow me to sing the song of my people.
Yeah.
That sounds like open headers to me, guys.
Oh, it does, and I'm having flashbacks here, people. This is a 62 Tempest Custom, 10-year, comprehensive Nostalgia Pro Street and Strip build, 463 cubic inch Pontiac V8 engine. I'm gonna think that's maybe a 421 that started life at that displacement and got punched out to 463. All super duty, super heavy parts inside that engine. Turbo 400 with a high stall speed converter. Takes me back to Mickey Thompson and Arnie Farmer Beswick and all of those guys campaigning these super cool Pontiacs back in the 1960s.
When I spoke to the original owner of the car, who's right over there, he started with, I think, a 35,000-mile original car.
Oh boy!
To build this. This thing is ready to rip. It's got a trans brake, NHRA certified chassis and roll cage in there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a deal for somebody who wants to go bracket racing.
You can race it tomorrow.
No doubt.
Yep.
And I saw this car yesterday, and it said, Bill needs to see this car.
Such a flashback.
Yeah, 20,000 bucks. There's even a hook inside where the guy hangs the steering wheel.
Oh, you got to get in and out, detachable
so you
wheel.
Get in and out, right. Yeah, definitely. All right, 20 grand, bid goes on. 71 Mustang Mach 1 is up next.
And this one has a stroker. This has the Ford stroker, 347 cubic inches. And how do you make a 347 Ford stroker? Well, you start with a 302, and then you do all kinds of stuff to it, but whatever. Aluminum trick flow heads here. Nice choice there. Automatic transmission. It's an aftermarket transmission from Street Avenger, 9-inch rear end. The B&M shifter, Mallory ignition. It's a hot rod. What can I tell you? That's atomic orange, the color with a black interior. Aluminum radiator. All the accessory pulleys have been upgraded to aluminum. Here's the interior right there. New headliner carpet, weather stripping there. They didn't overlook much.
You know, a few years ago, I was kind of, I don't know, about these 71, 2, and 3, that 3-year run at the end of this line. But, man, they've really grown on me. I don't mind this body style at all.
I'm going to try to catch up with you. I still haven't gotten there yet, but I know what you're saying. It's just taking me a little longer.
I'll try to pull you with me a bit.
You might have to.
Yeah. Okay. 30 sells for 30, I think, and then another 71. Actually, before we get to the one I'm thinking of, we're going to check in with Chris, who's standing by with the car we'll see coming up tomorrow.
Yes, I am, Scott, and a great one indeed. Complete restoration on this gorgeous 1970 Dodge Coronet RT convertible. That is the 440 with the 6-pack on top. That, of course, is the V code. Only 16 convertible Coronet RTs left the factory with the V code in 1970. Perfect restoration, not a flaw in this anywhere. Attention to detail on this one, as though it has just rolled off of the assembly line. You come back up here to the engine compartment, I want to tell you exactly what I'm talking about. It's these kind of details right here. These little stamps and the paint daubs. right there on the motor, and the other one on the master cylinder. Those are the kind of attention to detail things that these guys who are fully into the restoration market pay attention to. Such a great car, and like Scott said, it's going to be coming across the block tomorrow. B5 bright blue over white, automatic transmission, a cruiser of any Mopar fan's dreams.
Oh, what a spectacular car. Thank you, Chris Jacobs. That is coming up tomorrow. We'll have it starting at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning out here in the east, 8 a.m. out west for you. 1986 Mustang GT convertible next.
Well, we've already proven it countless times today, but anybody who says, I don't want to go to the Mecum auction, I can't afford any of those cars, hey, here's a cool car. This is a V8, 5-liter, 5-speed Mustang GT convertible, black and red, and even has exhaust headers added to it for a little extra spunk from underneath the hood. And watch what this sells for at no reserve.
Bill, if we know anything about these Fox Body Mustangs, it's that there are parts galore available for these. So you could get this car, update that front clip to a 93 with the more modular headlights. You could change it over to 5-lug, throw some Cobra R wheels on there. I mean, there's nothing you couldn't do with this, especially at a price like that. Wow.
Wow is right.
All you need is that NPD parts catalog, right?
I was just going to say that.
Boom.
Just about everything's in it.
$3,500 buys this one. Welcome back to the Indy Fall Special. Live coverage happening on ESPN Plus. Time for our State Farm moment of the day. You know, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates that fit into anybody's budget. Speaking of surprising, how about this? 2016 Mini Cooper S convertible. Yeah, it's our State Farm moment of the day. Blazing red metallic light gray interior with that 2-liter inline 4-cylinder turbocharged. It'll get up and go. And the gentleman at the table right back there with Chicken George earlier just dropped 10 grand on it. Surprisingly, a terrific deal. And all smiles for that trio. That's our State Farm moment of the day. All right, on to the block now. Once again, live for our final 30 minutes with you here. A 1949 Hudson Commodore. Look at this.
Look at that. Hudson, you know, that car was a performance dreadnought back about this time. Those Hudson Hornets that were racing on the sand, Daytona, and dirt tracks, and some of the greatest names in NASCAR got their start in those old Hudsons. This, of course, not the race version. This has a little inline 6, 262 cubes, 3-speed stick, but an excellent restoration for not a lot of money.
How about that color combination, too? That kind of almost a slate blue with the burgundy and the camel colored top. Oh.
Yeah, and the white wall tires, the whole package.
Pickup truck time, K10 again from Chevy, 1986. Here you go.
Oh boy, this may be our altitude winner today with this truck. Look at how high it sits. 6-liter LS, 6L80 automatic transmission. And it's a 4-wheel drive truck. There's the motor. Clean, mean, high, wide, and handsome. And it is already at $27,000. Interior, pretty much the way it came from the factory. 2-speed transfer case. Big rubber.
I tell you what, this reminds me a lot of the movie Varsity Blues, and the truck that the character Billy Bob drove on there always had his pet pig with him. But that's a fun truck right there.
That is a fun truck.
There's no concert and there's no short track in Indiana that you couldn't go to and people just think, this guy's cool. Yeah. This couple, they're with us.
It's a fashion statement.
What do you want? Tell me.
What do you?
I got 28 grand.
No, I meant you usually take what, 10% a year?
Yes, sir.
So
If I do it for 8%, you want to sell it? 28 would be 16, 2200.
Well, I think I thought Matt or Trev Morvac was going to close the bid, but they're still working on it.
Do it.
Okay. There we go. Kirk Delzell gets all the numbers in line, and the reserve comes off at 28 grand.
I would call that fair for both sides.
All right. You take care of that deal. We send it over to Chris Jacobs again with another vehicle that we will see in tomorrow's program.
Yes, sir, Scott. And just like the previous car that I previewed, the Cornet RT, this is another completely perfect restoration. 1962 represented a complete redesign for the Pontiac Catalina, and man, did they get it right. You're getting a look at the 389 with tri-power under the hood there. This car is so gorgeous, done up in aquamarine with an aquamarine tricolor interior. Look at that steering wheel, look at the seats, just so much style. And one of the new features on the roof line for 1962 were these two brakes right here that mimic a convertible top. Man, they just nailed it with that style. 8-lug wheels all the way around. The trunk, once again, perfect. So much attention to detail in this car. Oh, man, what a gorgeous piece of rolling automotive art. And as Scott, you said, it will be going across the Mecum auction block tomorrow.
Delicious.
Yummy, yummy.
8-lug wheels, got the tri-power 389 coming out of that Super Duty program. Beautiful restoration. And that was the hot one, the full-size Cat, until 63. And then General Motors pulled out of the whole racing deal. And oh, it might have been.
Big time truck here, everyone. 2022 Silverado 3500 HD dually with custom wheels, or certainly aftermarket.
Big truck.
Man.
Dashboard autographed by Andre the Giant. Actually, no. I thought about that. This is the High Country dually. I think this is the first diesel we may have had today.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I think so. 6.6 liter turbo diesel with an automatic. Black everywhere you look, inside, outside. Great wheel choice there.
Yeah, it really is. I had to come look at this thing. You know, it's funny. Dualies are a little bit harder to get those same kind of perspective sometimes of the wheel to tire to fender ratio, but they really nailed it on this one. It's a solid, stout truck, big exhaust on it.
Probably no fun to parallel park, but, you know, that's
great point. Unless you're, you know, if you're not going to the grocery store, you're going to love this thing.
Well, the easy solution there is just take 2 spots.
That's all. I've seen it done.
You know, when I see a guy that's not in a dually take 2 spots, I don't have the kindest things to say about them.
Agreed. 100%, brother.
You okay?
Good money.
Yeah, what's it going to take here? That's what I want to know.
I think it's going to sell.
He's told me from the start it takes the 80s, which is 72. So, yeah, it'll work.
What you got? You got 70? I'd take fucking anything.
70, he'll see if he can get it done. Let it go. Let it go. 68
grand.
Okay, 70 is going to be where we leave that Silverado.
I don't know. They're still gabbing.
And while they gab, we'll check another dually. And this one's from 2023. It's a GMC 3500 Denali.
Yeah, this is a sister ship to the one we just saw. This one with a turbo diesel, the Duramax 6.6 liter, 445 horsepower. Allison 10-speed automatic, and this one a little more pulling power. And American Force wheels, and lifted up a good 4 inches.
I'm getting the feeling that these 3 trucks might all be owned by the same owner there. And it's interesting when you see the first one get real close, reserve was off, then it kind of changes sometimes the dynamics of what happens with the vehicles second and third, and you kind of never really know what's going on. And yet again, you know, some people like an all-black truck like that one. Some people might go, oh, this white truck's really clean. But, you know, it's different in each area we go to.
Right.
Because sometimes you see a car that might do a little better up north versus at Kissimmee and vice versa.
Sure. And sometimes, as you point out, Rut, what happens on that first vehicle will often dictate what the consignor is thinking for number 2 and 3 and whatever down the line.
Yeah.
Well, this one reaches 80, and they're not going to cut this one loose either.
No. That's going to be the most creative interpretation of wire wheels I've ever seen. Wires going in every direction.
A gorgeous sunny day here in Indianapolis. Perfect fall weather to take a cruise around the city in this 2018 Rolls-Royce Dawn convertible, huh? And does this say luxury or what? Chris Jacobs and I were just walking by and just had to stop in our tracks and take it all in. A really rare combination color-wise with the white exterior and this gorgeous red leather. Take a look at this, Chris. It looks great. How does it feel?
I am way underdressed for sitting in this car. I don't think I'm allowed to wear a t-shirt and a hat,
right?
But here I am. I mean, the most amazing feature on this car are these beautiful suicide doors, the huge wheels with the floating center caps, so they're always upright, displaying that RR. This color is actually called Andalusian white over Mugello red, which is a very rare color combination, especially with the white piping on the red seats. Just an absolutely amazing car, powered by a 6.6-liter V12, making over 540 horsepower. It's known for its very quiet cabin, even with the top down. So if you want a cruiser with some serious luxury, Danielle, this is your car. And could it be your car, Danielle?
You look good in it, Chris. You might want to take it home.
I could pull it off with the hat and the t-shirt?
It was your wife's birthday the other day, right?
No.
Oh. Next
and
time
don't
it
get
is.
any ideas.
Yeah. Next time it is. It really is, guys. You're going to see across the block tomorrow, Scott. It's exquisite.
I'm staying in.
Vanessa's watching, and she said, oh, he should have said, yes, it was my birthday.
Yes. At some point it will be, and it should be hers.
Man,
we'll just have to move into the car. That's it.
That's it.
That's the only car here this weekend that has a dress code.
It does. Absolutely does. BMW Z4 here from 2003 is going to head to the bid goes on desk at $9,000.
A few thousand more probably buy that car. It's so popular, and they have staying power. People that buy them, I'll tell you, they rave about them.
They do indeed. 350 small block equipped, 1977 Corvette. That's what we've got next.
Yeah, 1977 Corvette was getting a little long of tooth in the C3 generation. Remember, it debuted in 1968, and I got to tell you, I've owned several C3 cars, and it's too bad that they couldn't have kind of brought those C4s to market a little sooner, but whoops, that's not an original engine there. 350 crate motor to begin with, Promax aluminum heads with a solid lifter cam and a Holley carburetor on an aftermarket intake. We're talking maybe 450 horse, 475 horsepower. It's got an automatic transmission with a shift kit. And other than that, not a lot in the way of modifications. Rally wheels with the body color steel wheel beneath that chrome trim, and some white rally stripes on the length of the car.
7,000 is the bid. What did you say the horsepower was? 400 and something?
Somewhere in the fours.
Which was in 1977 unobtainium.
Yes. Yeah, you'd probably have to go to your favorite engine builder to do what this gentleman did to his car to come up with that much power.
$8,000. Let's see if the internet comes back in. Katie on standby. There it is.
$9,000 on the internet.
Well, that works. $9,000.
Another sub $10,000 car.
Big time. Okay, we're going to take a break here. We will come back. Our final segment is about 3 minutes away from right now. Oh, happy to have you with us. My hometown, Indianapolis, Indiana. That's a look at downtown. We're just a few miles northeast of there at the State Fairgrounds with a 2004 Jeep Wrangler Sport. We are just unwrapping this one. And we will start the bidding here in seconds.
This one has that indestructible 4-liter inline 6 that found its way into so many Jeeps over the years. With an automatic transmission. A lot of these had the manual. This one with the automatic. Jeep 4-wheel drive, of course. Top and tires newly replaced with alloy wheels.
You know what's wild? It's been so long, Bill, since we've seen an unmodified Wrangler, it almost doesn't look right when you first glance over there. But that's what makes these so cool. There's so many different aftermarket companies that you could do anything in the world that you want to do with this, or just drive it like that and enjoy it. You know, it just makes it really, really special.
And I find it fascinating that you look at this Jeep in 2004 and you can draw a straight line all the way back to the very first Jeep that was built. You know, back after World War II, actually before World War II, and then of course they became civilian vehicles afterwards. But you see the DNA all over these.
$7,500. That's the current bid on this 04 Wrangler. And that's going to be the number on the window sticker that goes with that Jeep to the bid goes on, $7,500. We've talked before about how much visual splash the red line tires add to a car, but how about to a C10 pickup truck from 1972, Bill?
With a black paint job a mile deep. Yeah, this one powered by a 396. How about that? Porcupine motor, OEM power. Automatic transmission, body style, that's that factory short bed. There you see the 396 and an AC compressor, so I don't have to tell you about that. Interior's houndstooth black, and that complements the exterior perfectly. There it is. Not much in the way of modifications here. And this one deviates a little bit from these glamour era Chevy pickups in that it's not a two-tone paint. You know how we see that two-tone motif usually with the white top bottom with a light color of some kind of pastel maybe in the middle. This one black all around, and it's not quite there yet.
So, following on the heels of that pickup truck, 1960, can you believe this, the first 69 Camaro that we've seen today?
That is hard to believe. We didn't have a 69 SS.
I don't think we had, no, we had a couple of 67s and a 68 and some 70s, but not a 69.
Well, here it is with a stroker. 383 automatic, torque thrust wheels, badged as a Super Sport SS. But that's our dirty little secret because it's not really an SS. Custom steering wheel, wood grain interior, and some other little dress-up items as well, but pretty conservative. Pretty true to form, but it's all about the stroker, and it's a screamer.
Bill, I got a question. My friend, Dr. Andrioni, Chris, better known, my chiropractor, he asked me one day, some of these have that sort of horseshoe shifter, right? And then some have a little more simple, kind of clean setup. Was that a package that allowed people to have that, or was it just certain years? How did that work?
I think with certain powertrains with bucket seats and a console, you got that staple or horseshoe shifter. So I don't think it was a separate option package.
Gotcha. Yeah, he said sometimes I see him playing and sometimes I see those.
50 grand.
I don't know, but I'll ask Bill when I see him.
Yeah, Chevelle's had them, Camaro's had them.
What do you want to do? Huh? 53. I got 50. I don't have 53. We can make a deal, can't we?
52.
What if you got 50 grand, right? What if I give you a check for 47 grand?
52.
It's cutting the fee for you. You got 50 grand. I'll give you a check for 47. I'm going to charge you 3 grand to sell it instead of 5.
What's that? $50,000.
Good signer there with Kirk Delzell trying to
You'll get a check for 47.
get the number to work on the Camaro still at 50 grand.
Hey, guess what?
And the reserve is off on the Camaro. Good
I
deal.
think that's a wise decision.
Off the block.
Yeah, I think it's fair money.
On that 69 Camaro. 51. 50's bid. 51,000.
If it's a real SS, okay, we're going to go up a little higher than that.
Sure. All right, 50 grand buys that Camaro from 1969. Chris Jacobs, one more time over there to tell us what's coming up tomorrow for us.
Yes, sir, Scott Hoke, and the Blazer and Bronco market is continuing to go up and up. We'll see what this one does tomorrow. This is a 72 K5 Blazer, super clean, very well restored. Look at the 350 under the hood, automatic transmission, air conditioning, everything flawless on this resto. Look at this cool and fun interior, by the way, orange and white plaid. Just super cool. Would love to see this thing cruising around the mountains or wherever you'd like to take it. But it is going across the block tomorrow on Saturday, so we're all going to see what it does together if you come on back here and join us.
And we hope you do. Thank you, Chris. You can catch tomorrow's program beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 o'clock out west, 8 a.m. So have the coffee ready. We'll have it here as well. And we will show that car and many others. 2005 GMC Sierra SLE is at $14,000, and I'm just watching Trev Morvac send it to the bid goes on at 14.
You know, something just occurred to me. I like it when the headlights are on, when the vehicle is coming, you know, toward us and then onto the paddock.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
Kind of gives it a little bit more, I don't know, eyeball, I guess.
Visual.
Is the word. Yeah, I'm with it.
Okay. We'll put that in the same category with take the top down, right?
Yeah. I'm going to work on a list tonight back in the hotel.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Here is a Super Beetle, 1974 VW.
With the 1600cc flat 4. This is the dual port version, the AH code, by the way. 4-speed transmission like every single one had until around 19. Oh, I'm really going out on a limb when I came in with that automatic stick. And
the
remember
auto
those?
stick.
At the
That was a
clutch and the
ride.
shifter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was early 70s maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the standard bug versus the Super Beetle. Some people were not a fan of the Super Beetle. Most of those went to fuel injection, had a little different dash, a little bit bigger setup on the big bumpers and everything. But what a beautiful color for a great ride for somebody.
Love it. Going to be a little short in the money department, though, at $8,000. So a good candidate for a sale at Bid Goes On, which under normal circumstances, about 10% of the inventory at a given Mecum auction will end up at selling at Bid Goes On.
Yeah.
So we'll continue with a Silver Spur sedan, 1986 Rolls.
That car barely fits on our screen. This is the long wheelbase variant of the Silver Spirit. Big V8 engine, 6 3/4 liters, turbo 400, 3-speed automatic, GM sourced. And all of the things you'd expect in a big roller right there. Probably has those picnic tables there in the back seat. Connolly leather, and Wilton carpeting, best of everything.
High bid on that roll, $6,000. And that will head toward bid goes on. By the way, we've got an opportunity here real quick to check out the next one, a 93 Bentley Brooklands sedan.
Yep, this would have been the opposite number of the Rolls Royce. This has the same power plant pretty much with an automatic. And, you know, some alloy wheels, dress it up a little bit. But overall, that is British luxury taken to the extreme.
The green piping on the inside really ties that exterior color. I did love the R version of this with the turbo.
Oh, yeah.
I've had a couple friends that have picked them up over the years. They just, again, what a timeless vehicle.
The Turbo Mulsanne, big, big car.
Well, that's $7,000. The bid goes on the Bentley. And that is going to be it. The checkered flag flies for us on our first day at the Mecum Indy Fall Special. We'll start it all over again tomorrow morning at 11 Eastern, 8 a.m. out west, live right here on ESPN+. For tonight, though, thanks so much for watching. For Bill and Chris and Rutledge and Danielle, I'm Scott Hoke. For the entire gang here at Indy, so long for now. We will see you back here tomorrow.
Jimmy!